Press the any key. Okay.
No, this is always hard for me. I can never find it, and then I just kind of smash the keyboard into it.
Oh.
It's on there somewhere.
Well, I did find the any key. Ah!
Okay,
The
you know what? I
first,
really should.
Which
If
ad
I-
that's relevant to me.
If I was gonna get custom keycaps, one of them would definitely just say any, and it'd be like, I don't know, the home button.
That would be fun.
Oh boy, I think it decided to resume the silly anti-aliasing thing. I'm gonna have to turn that off again.
Silly anti-aliasing thing. Nice.
Yeah, because I'm playing it in ultra wide.
Didn't that cause? Oh, yep, it is.
Actually, wait, it doesn't do it in game. But yeah, this is crazy wide. So basically, I just got to the point where they decide to make you a specter.
No, I hope you had a good life and enjoy your existence as a ghost.
Oh.
Fucking
I
dork.
dropped right over my head.
Somewhat.
I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Maybe I can help.
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
I'm not just some soldier. I'm a specter.
A specter? I heard they were thinking about letting humans into the ranks.
Oh wow.
About time. Well, that means you can go anywhere you want, right? Even out into the Traverse? My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of two things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Neither one of those options leaves a lot of hope.
I won't give up on my brother.
So what
Not
you
yet.
guys been up to?
I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
Getting certifications like crazy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew. But
Right
he kept it in good condition.
So working 3 jobs.
I don't think
at this
mechanical
point.
failure is too likely.
That's a
They
lot.
don't have any real weapons or shields.
Also,
You
it's
know.
a my world.
If anyone did
You
come
know.
after them,
One to actually make
Majesty
money,
be a
one in
sitting duck.
Neos doing projects for people,
Give me the
and
coordinates.
Warframe.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please let me know as soon as you find them.
Goodness.
But yeah, this is the furthest I've ever been in the Mass Effect series, basically, at this point. I have never been any further.
Well, looking forward to seeing you travel the galaxy, so to speak.
Yep, that's gonna be interesting.
I'm surprised that you're willing to kill your own, Rex. Aren't the Krogan just a few generations away from extinction?
You don't get it. For all your talk of honor and pride, the Turians never had to test their principles in a real struggle. Anyone who fights us is either stupid or on Saren's payroll. Killing the latter is business. Killing the former
Oh.
is a favor to the universe.
See you all later.
I love Rex.
Back to sleep, I think.
Alright, have fun. Doodle clabbing. One cute boy down.
That's okay. We still have Rex.
There's a lot of words I'd use to describe a Rex. Cute is not one of them.
Look at him!
I didn't say Rex, I meant Glavin.
I know, but Rex is also cute. I mean, look at him. He's got those derpy eyes. It's great.
I think he's funny though. Him and Garrus seem to have some of the best dialogue from what I understand.
I really need to get the Citadel DLC at some point for 3. And just like... well, I just need to get the DLC for 3. Get Grunt going. Oh boy.
Where exactly is the ship parked? Over towards the embassies or something?
Oh, CSEC. CSEC
Oh,
has
fuck.
an elevator to it.
God damn it.
Oh, a postage stamp cutscene.
Rare, I think that is one of the most known facts about Krogan.
What, the whole joke of 4 balls or something?
Krogan have redundant and organ systems, and that includes the balls.
In other news, Exogenic
Well, it would
Corp is
suck to
still
lose things.
denying reports that one of their survey teams
I
has
mean,
gone
that's
missing in the
literally
Hades
the
Gamma
exact
cluster.
reason.
When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Yay, elevator.
They also have a weak healing factor.
Remember, it's fairly strong, actually.
Oh wait, yeah,
In
my
breaking
bad. It
news,
was actually
Chairman
very strong.
Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been
As in
kidnapped
slightly
by
ridiculous.
biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma cluster. No demands have yet been made.
I will just give you a heads up. A lot
What,
of those
Ember?
news things relate to side quests.
What about side quests?
A lot of those news briefs you hear in the elevators are actually side quests.
Oh, that you can come across?
Mm-hmm.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
I want the truth. Why are you stepping down, sir?
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council. And it's time for me to step down.
Come clean with me, Captain. You owe me that much.
I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
What happened?
I failed. I couldn't make the cut. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
I won't let you down, sir.
Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got his Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharos system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharos and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
Anything else?
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice in that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara Tassoni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
I don't know. Which one should I start with?
Good question.
Artemis Tau, Pharos, or Noveria?
I think I usually I went for Artemis Tau first, because I know that gives you a party member.
I guess we'll see.
Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster.
It's your decision.
Pharos was definitely one I did.
You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
Noveria is very
Your
interesting.
actions still reflect on humanity as a whole.
Pharos
You
is the
make
one
a
I'm
mess and I get
remembering.
stuck cleaning it up.
It had some interesting things.
Oh yeah.
I'll try not to make things any harder on you, Ambassador.
Glad to hear it, Commander. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre. I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have.
Yes, Commander?
How are you holding up?
Honestly, this isn't how I pictured my career coming to an end. Pushing papers really isn't my thing, but you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard. If that means I have to step aside, so be it.
What do you know about the Artemis Tau cluster?
Not much. I've never been there myself. A handful of systems with a few small, uncharted worlds, but no real colonies. Might not be easy finding Dr. Tassoni out there. My advice is to look for the world with the Prothean ruins.
Yeah.
Any extra intel you can give me on our colony at Pharos?
The entire planet used to be one giant Prothean city. Mostly ruins now. But some of the infrastructure is still intact. The colony tried to build on what the Protheans left behind. We lost all contact with them when the Geth attacked.
Pharos sounds interesting too.
What can you tell me about Novaria?
Novaria's trouble. Always has been. The whole planet's basically a center for corporations to conduct illegal research. Watch your back there, Shepard. Spectres are about the only form of Citadel authority Novaria respects. But they aren't popular.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Sounds like Novaria is more of the hot place.
Yeah. Novaria is interesting. I will say it's definitely worth doing Artemis Tau before you do Novaria, because the two are related.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
I'm glad that they include that decontamination thing, because that would be something that would be important when you're going between planets.
Yeah, it's that. It's totally there because it's important and not a loading screen.
It's a smart way of disguising a loading screen. Like
It is a lore-appropriate loading screen.
Exactly.
Captain Anderson should be the one in charge. It's like I'm stealing the ship from him.
Yeah, the captain got screwed. But it's not like you could have stopped it. Nobody's blaming you. Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander. 100%. Intercom's open. You got anything you want to say to the crew?
Joker's one of my favorite characters.
That's Green, my friend. Or was it Seth Rogen?
This is Commander Shepard speaking.
We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit.
Okay.
I won't lie to you, crew. This mission isn't going to be easy.
But, no, I was just worried he would go the way of, what was his name? Wash in Firefly?
Our enemy knows we're coming.
Wherever he searches for the conduit, we'll be there. We will hunt him to the very ends of the galaxy and bring him down.
Firefly, then you don't know what I'm talking about. But, hey.
Humanity needs to do this.
Not just for our own sake, but for the sake of every other species in Citadel space. Saren must be stopped, and I promise you all, we will stop him.
Well said, Commander. Captain would be proud.
The captain gave up everything so I could have this chance. We can't fail.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I always loved how they essentially allow you to make your own speech with that.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I also very much love the design of the Normandy.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
I still think that with this design, it makes a lot more sense than something like, say, the Enterprise. Then again, this is a ship that's designed to not stick out.
Yeah,
I mean, not only is it designed to not stick out, the Enterprise is a diplomatic science vessel first versus...
It's a research vessel that happens to be armed.
Yeah.
In all its incarnation.
Aside from E, I think.
No idea. I haven't really been much of the biggest Star Trek fan because, honestly, television shows aren't exactly the kind of medium that I approach with.
That's fair.
I did hear that there were actually some Star Trek video games that were actually good, though.
There's a new one coming out. If you like Stellaris, it's Stellaris, but Star Trek.
No, there's a shooter one, actually, I heard about.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's an older one, apparently.
Honestly, if you like free-to-play MMOs, Star Trek Online's not bad either.
Online is fun, and for itself,
Speak freely,
it
Presley.
does lack a little bit
I want to
of
know if you have a problem with non-humans.
Yeah, it does,
The
but it's
game's
also
not
been
that,
around
Commander.
for fucking ever, so...
Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the
I
ones
actually
to
think it's
stop
fun that
We
if
don't need
you
their help.
saw Star Trek Picard, a lot of the ships in the background and stuff
Some people think asking
are
for help
actually
is a
Star
sign of
Trek
weakness.
Online ships
That's
that
just
they've
being
cleaned up
stupid and
for
stubborn. No matter how
ships
strong
and
you
skins
are,
that they've
allies
cleaned up
can make
for
you
the TV.
stronger.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
Yeah, so like apparently
you end up assigned to the
one that sticks out is
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator.
I feel like
and,
the eyes in these characters don't seem to really focus on each other, and it kind of makes me feel
we were
weird.
one of the first reinforcements
Yeah,
to arrive at Elysium after the Blitz hit. And those raiders were no match for an Alliance frigate. Of course, the only reason the colony was still standing was because of you, Commander. I can't believe you held out as long as you did.
Rather than default characters with their subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it doesn't suffer from Oblivion faces.
I mean,
yeah.
Also to be clear, when these games
you
came
end up
out,
on the
what
Normandy?
I got my
720p
officer's
was high
commission after
definition.
Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people.
So
Captain asked for me when he was
you
picking
couldn't
his
see
crew.
it anyway.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make sure everyone can hear the dialogue well, I suppose. Dead Rising required 720p or better? What?
Right.
That's interesting.
Then again, that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense when I think about it. That many entities on screen.
Trying to remember which one was Dead Rising. Is it the one where you were in a mall?
Yep.
So you say stream volume is low, Freyer? As in, do you mean the game audio or the speech? Like us talking? The whole mix is low. That might be that you have your sound turned down? I'm not sure. Anyone else having the same issue?
Let me mute Discord real quick and see if I'm having.
Yeah, I have the stream muted because like.
Understandable. Firefox and in system you have it, Matt. Not sure I have an option to increase absolute everything. Do I?
Music is fairly low, but I don't know.
I don't think I have a thing for all audio output to. Just things like bitrate.
Well, crank that.
Well, I crank it as much as appropriate, because keep in mind, you want it to actually be something that people can load. Not everyone has the best internet.
That's fair.
Fortunately, a lot of people here in the States still have shitternet.
Yep.
Literally on DSL right now.
Oh god, you poor bastard.
I mean, it's a DSL, so like not terrible. It's 100 down, 10 up.
Well, Freyer, if you can find a suggestion on how to adjust that, do let me know. That said, do something.
I will say, yeah, the stream after listening to it with Discord muted is a little bit quieter.
Well, here's what I'll do. I'll boost it just a little bit through all the categories. Hopefully it won't disrupt the balance.
Alright.
We're gonna do it by about 5 decibels. Wah. That's about as much as I dare. Hope that helps. I'm using OBS, Freyr. Is there any other option that's actually decent? So I feel that's a bit of a trick question.
In a way, yes.
Let's see.
I wonder.
I mean, I think you could use like the Xbox game bar to stream.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
That would work. So.
Wow. Yes, I have my drink.
It absolutely works.
That fucking echoed. Ah. All right. Where am I going? Where am I going? I have no fucking clue.
Honestly, best way is just to explore the Normandy to begin with.
Oh
well.
Well.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Alright. Aiden thinks you should unlock
Just
time
trying
travel
to get
check.
a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Not a very chatty fellow, is he? Also, I'm not very good at choosing what is the best item to use, like equipment. I just look at what gives the best increases.
That's probably your best bet. It's kind of a feeling out type of thing, and you don't get very many chances to test that stuff out.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Oh god.
What?
I should go.
Let's be honest, RPG characters have some of the most awkward conversations in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just like just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I love how this is supposedly a military ship, right?
Yeah.
And it's got all this room.
Oh, military.
But the crew sleep in those little pods.
Well, that would be efficient use of space.
To
I
have
don't know.
all this empty space.
I guess not.
Have you ever been on a ship, Morgans?
I have been on an aircraft carrier once a long time ago. That was interesting. It was the Yorktown.
I don't remember which one it was. I was on the one down in San Diego.
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander. I knew
San
working
Diego,
with the
Corpus
Spectre
Christi.
would be better than life at CSEC.
World War II carrier. That's not like it
Have you worked
changed
with the
much
Spectre
basic
before?
design.
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Roomy is not what I would describe them as.
Yeah, not.
For the most part, the rules are there for a reason.
Maybe.
I mean, it didn't bother me.
But sometimes it feels like the rules are only there to stop me from doing my work. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it. But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So Garrus has not yet realized why protocol and procedure exist.
I'm sure he'll realize at some point.
Oh yeah, might cost him, an arm, a leg, a mandible.
Yeah, from what I understand, they kind of beat him up.
Have you ever played the series before, Logan?
I've to get some of the beats of it. Like, I know that he kind of became a series punching bag.
Garrus?
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. C-Sec's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside C-Sec. Either way, I plan to make the most of this. And without C-Sec headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not fast. Got it?
I wasn't trying to. I understand, Commander.
And here you have why Garrus gets along so well with Rex, because you have chaotic good here and
Commander?
chaotic neutral there.
Yeah, it's like, I'm the one with the shotgun, is Rex's view.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No
Hey,
offense,
she
I
also wants you
appreciate
time
the
though.
rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit.
Yes, ma'am. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The Geth are perfect ambushers. They don't move, they don't make noise, they don't even breathe.
They have flashlight heads, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
That wouldn't surprise me, Freyr. Like,
dismissed, Chief.
Creative teams and voice actors seem to sometimes like to work together long term. Like, one of the funny things I've seen is like the couple that work on voicing things like the sniper along with GLaDOS tend to work with Valve an awful lot.
Yeah. And also, to Freyr's other point that they don't like Ashley. I don't like her either. I don't like Caden. I don't like her either.
Honestly, some of the alien characters are a lot more compelling.
Nice ship you got,
I consider them the two weakest
What can I do for
character-wise, but at the same time,
What's your story,
I
Rex?
appreciate them for
There's
what they
no
are.
Okay,
especially
but
for
Jacob
Rex.
exists.
Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
Yeah.
He's in the running for that too, don't forget.
But counterpoint,
I'm tempted to be sassy right back at him.
Oh, God.
You Krogans live for
You could.
centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
Sorry, Rex. I wasn't trying to get you upset.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one, and no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? Ask a Krogan. Would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Wah. Poor bastard.
Yep. It kinda sucks to be a Krogan.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe
her
you were able to
voice.
fit it into a ship this small.
Especially given that
I'm
the ship does
starting
not
to
fit
understand why you
the
humans have
interior,
been
does
so
not fit the
successful.
exterior.
I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
The Normandy's a prototype, cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla. Grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our
I think
own.
they'd be more interested in actually working with the others in space.
Requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our
You should
pilgrimages
read
are so important.
and listen to what people have to say about the Koreans.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
That's something important to note about that, Freyer, is I'm using a mod wrapper, I think, called Flawless Widescreen to allow me to actually show it that way. Otherwise, it would have defaulted down to the smaller aspect.
So, I have 2 comments. One, is it actually flawless?
Well, as long as I don't have, what was it called? VSync turn. Or was it?
Gross VSync.
Or what? I forgot what it.
Okay, my other comment is, I 100% bet that Tali would have a ship Sona.
Fucking dork.
Oh my god.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only
You know, that's kind of an important thing to have. With that kind of thing, if they're going to have any overriding, all of them have to give up their posts immediately after.
They have a surprisingly efficient government as far as the various species go.
I mean, they only have, what, a few million people?
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious.
That's funky.
But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long.
He's right about that.
The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
You didn't really think they'd just let you destroy them without a fight, did you?
The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space, exile searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
It's hard to feel sorry for you. Your ancestors tried to wipe out another species.
We made a mistake when we created the Geth in the first place, but we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them. If we had not acted, they would have wiped us out. They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
I didn't mean to offend you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so worked up. Most Quarians tend to have pretty strong opinions.
I guess
about
that's
the
why the character Legion later on in the series is very controversial as a character.
Is he? Oh, I thought he was really cool.
Well,
more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity,
controversial
we leave
as
our
a
birth
crew
ships
member.
and seek acceptance with a new crew.
Not controversial
It's
among
necessary
fans,
to
everyone
maintain
likes him.
genetic diversity among the fleet.
But they like him because of how
But
much
no ship
spiciness
wants to
he
accept
added.
someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a
This
gift to the
widescreen
captain of the respective
is
ship
stunning
we
for these
wish to join.
conversations.
If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when a gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
Yeah, they didn't quite nail that part.
Hey, Commander, you know that
It was very
Quarian
awkward.
Tali? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I didn't.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on. Probably the fastest vessel ever designed. And she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
I'm assuming discharging is basically going down to a recovery.
From what I understand, yeah, they have to vent it at some point. Otherwise, it will cook the crew alive.
Yes.
Fill me in on the IES stealth system. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
Not that we're invisible, it's just that sensors can't.
There's no way for
Yeah,
anyone to detect us?
I mean, if someone looks out the window, they can see us.
Yep. Anyone looking out a window can see us.
But
plain as
windows are
day.
structural.
You have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster than light travel?
Cranking up to FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
I forget, is this an Unreal Engine 2 or 3 game?
I don't remember. It's an EA game, though. It's a Bioware title.
Yeah, but this is when they were using Unreal.
Yeah,
No idea. Oh, did you hear that there's a mod to add VR to Unreal Engine 4 and 5 is nearing completion? Why did that say hydrate 4 times? What the hell?
Well, you better get drinking.
Like, I know I was dehydrated earlier, but I've got a nice big drink.
I'll be completely honest, I was mostly just testing to see if the sound alert worked.
Yeah, it already got tested, but sure.
I mean, originally, earlier. Right now, that was serious.
I'm assuming that I don't have to do anything. We're doing great. Listen, how about you? On a side note, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix one of my Xbox controllers again.
Take a hammer to it, that usually works.
No, it doesn't. It's basically the Elite Series 2. I've had to fix my Elite Series 1 once by replacing the shoulder buttons, which is why I have silver shoulder buttons, but the rest of the controller is fucking white. The other one has had it so that the right bumper activates inconsistently when I press it, even though I click it. Apparently, people have advised that you take the faceplate off using a plastic spudger, and then go ahead and basically lubricate that switch. Apparently with WD-40 or some other electronic safe lubricant. So I'm wondering if that would help. So, should I go to the other areas first, too? What kind of goodies can I get?
Yes!
And you can definitely find some unique stuff. There's hidden side quests, there's all kinds of resources and credits and...
Well, what strikes you as an interesting place to go to before I start going down the main quest?
I don't remember any offhand, so I'd say just go for whatever...
What's over here? Censure. Fuck it, why not? Let's see what happens. I still think that some of the more believable designs for ships were... I still don't know why that one can't get fixed. Probably because it's a and not in engine.
Message coming in, Commander. Big surprise. The Alliance needs you again.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett with Alliance Command. We've got a mission for you. An Alliance officer named Major Kyle has set up a small compound in the Hulking Eta cluster.
Oh.
He's attracted a number of followers, mostly biotics.
Oh, no. This one.
Is it
He's
hard?
become an outspoken critic of the Alliance, and we believe he's mentally unstable. This could be trouble, Shepard.
I'll look into it.
3 days ago,
Hey, do you have advice on how to get the good outcome?
They've disappeared. We believe Kyle and his followers killed them. That compound is a cult, Shepard. They call him Father Kyle now. He set himself up as some kind of religious leader.
Oh wait, this isn't the one I'm thinking of. My bad.
You said his followers were biotics?
Yes. Major Kyle never showed any biotic tendencies himself, though.
I think he's just latched onto a group he identifies with. Many biotics feel marginalized or ostracized by society. Kyle probably sees them as victims who need his protection, and they see him as someone who will fight for them. Unfortunately, he's convinced them that the Alliance is somehow responsible for all their problems. We can't let him go on like this.
What were those Alliance representatives going to talk to Major Kyle about?
They wanted to bring him back to an Alliance facility for treatment. Major Kyle served us faithfully for many years. We weren't going to abandon him. Given his state of mind, however, he probably saw them as a threat. We're almost certain he had his followers killed them.
What else can you tell me about Major Kyle?
He used to be a
Hello,
model soldier,
Spirit.
but something happened to him at Torfin.
How you doing?
Too many Alliance soldiers died under his command. Couldn't cope with the guilt. His psych evaluations showed he couldn't handle the stress of command anymore. He was given an honorable discharge in early retirement. We'd hoped he would get better in time, but we underestimated how far gone he was. Now it looks like it's too late.
I might be able to end this without violence.
That may not be possible, Commander. We don't want a bloodbath, but Kyle is dangerous. I'll trust you to use your judgment. Hack it out.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. Gets particularly interesting if you take Caden with you.
Because he's a biotic?
Yep.
I mean, it makes sense to take him with you. Biotic, yeah.
Exactly. You get some extra dialogue.
Probably help you with the whole talking him down peacefully thing, too.
League of One Medallion.
One of the many collectibles. I believe you also get some credits and experience for it as well.
Well, it says I found a big thing of platinum, but I guess it doesn't want anything with it.
It doesn't say offhand what you use that for this, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, shouldn't you like go around and find all the things in this, and then doesn't that have an effect in 2?
You do actually get the resources in 2, yes. If you do the save chain transfer. Which I'm not sure how that works emulation-wise.
Oh, sorry. What wise?
Well, I'm not sure how the emulators handle the save transfer from 1 to 2.
I don't think this is emulated? Question mark?
Oh, I did not realize.
What's
My bad.
emulated?
Yeah, that was my question.
No, this is the PC native one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no problem.
So, yeah, why would it be emulated?
My apologies. I often forget that there was a actual PC port.
Yeah, Legendary Edition. Is this the one I'm using?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're clear then.
I mean, there's a non-PC or non...
Fuck it, let's land, see what happens.
Yeah, you'll get to try out the best vehicle they've ever created.
I think you're...
Yeah!
I think you're full of shit.
Oh, no, it's good, it's good.
Okay, which has funnier dialogue? Caden and Rex or Caden and Garrus?
Ooh, good question.
Or Caden and Tali? Do I have to level these characters up separately, or do they actually gain experience on their own?
So they gain experience if you recruit them. However, with the final character, who, you know, you haven't recruited yet, they gain experience once they've been recruited. They will not scale upon joining.
So basically I have to catch them up.
Yes.
So characters will get passive experience so that they're not completely irrelevant if I don't focus on them?
Yep.
Okay. What? Must have been pressing some button. I just don't know who to bring.
Now up to you here. Since I do believe this is actually the bionic stronghold, it's probably a good option.
Well, it's the mining place.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's it.
Oh, people say this is awful.
Oh, it's great. No, it drives great.
I personally love it.
Oh yeah, it's got a special place in my heart.
A lot of it is a bit of a divisive thing because some people definitely.
Sarcasm detected.
I'm not lying about the special place in my heart. But I'm not lying about that one.
What? Isn't it gives you heartburn?
You need to turn back,
Just
Commander.
drive it around
You're going
a bit.
beyond the range of the operational area.
Yeah, the machine gun and the main cannon.
Yeah, give it some test.
Oh, I have to use the bumper for the main cannon. I guess it's a good thing I'm not using the other controller.
Yeah.
I'm very confused by what you mean, Lucius. You know, they could at least have some fucking music going on here.
Is there not?
There's not much. It's very quiet.
No, honestly, these were the worst parts of the game.
I wish it had a terrain map on the mini-map.
There's a dot.
That doesn't tell me shit. I hope I'm not expected to platform in this thing.
Sometimes.
Oh, that's gonna be fucking hell, isn't it?
Fall damage is I will warn you that. So try to use the boosters when you're about to hit the ground to soften your fall. If it's pretty far, that is.
Well, apparently there's something up here.
I'll be honest. I used most of my Omnigel on this thing.
This is the biggest thing for Omnigel.
What, to upgrade it?
No.
To repair it.
Yeah. Yes. Which means that, yes, you can just run out of repairs.
Yes, that is a thing. There isn't really any upgrades for it. It just kind of stays the same.
While enemies get nastier and nastier.
For the most part, the enemies you'll face in this are all pretty well scaled to the base strength. It's only enemies like inside structures where you can't take the Mako anyway that properly scale up to your level.
If you manage to get stuck, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I'm just trying to figure out where the fuck I'm supposed to go.
Basically, anywhere on your radar that you see like a dot or something, that's a point of interest you want to move towards. Don't bother exploring randomly, you probably will spend hours and not find anything.
I'm trying to get towards it, but apparently there's a massive bunch of fucking rock in the way.
Yeah, you kind of have to navigate your way around this.
What?
I want some fucking torque!
Yeah, no. You don't get that.
Now this seems like it's a less steep way to go up.
This is Skyrim Mountaineering 101. Think of it that way.
What, think of this as a fucking Skyrim horse?
Yes.
Alright.
Exactly how you
I got up! I got up! Where the fuck am I going?
Hopefully there's a point of interest directly ahead and one kind of off to the right.
This is one of the reasons I probably would be very hesitant to try to play things like GTA, because vehicles and me don't mix.
That's okay, the Mako doesn't mix with anyone.
Tali is not a good driver.
Well, yeah, they can't reach the pedals. They can reach the pedals, or they can see. Not both.
Oh, also, I'm not sure if they allow you to do this, but
Reuranium. Do I shoot it, or do I interact? What do I do with it?
you have to get out.
How do I get out?
I think it's B.
Got it.
Yeah.
I have to hack the mineral.
Yes, you have to hack the mineral.
What the fuck?
I will say that the Legendary Edition definitely made that main game a lot more bearable.
What's on the ground?
Oh, that's a marker to indicate that you've surveyed it.
Okay. I have no idea where I'm going. What the sh... Something is not happy that I exist.
There is something sniping at you.
Where are you, you ornery son of a bitch?
On the other side of this the one good thing is that this thing has shields too, so take a few hits, not many.
Thing is, I'm not exactly the best at things like World of Tanks.
Well, I will tell you that the main tank will hold any side
I take it I'm overheating my shit.
Yeah, you're overheating your main gun.
I could just run them over, too.
Absolutely.
Or that.
You may or may not kill them, but, oh gosh, yeah.
I think it's dead.
I think so. There might be stuff you can salvage if you get out and interact with the things, but I'm not sure if this one has any.
So here's my question: did you just kill a bunch of the people that you were supposed to like make friends with?
No. They shot first.
Yeah. Those were definitely enemies.
Okay.
Cool. Can't do that.
Alrighty then. I don't remember which direction it was that the other point of interest was.
I think it goes to the left of your respective
Okay. Gaily forward. Along the ridge or down in the hole?
Probably along the ridge.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. You know, I have a dumb idea.
Oh?
Ghost could probably recreate this fucking vehicle, or someone else could, and make it as obnoxious as it is to drive it in VR as it is in this game.
That wouldn't be hard.
You have to get it just the right level of irritating.
I don't know how they thought this was a good vehicle control scheme.
Where? The circled thing means that's one I already did, right?
Yeah.
Also, what do you think about the Ratchet & Clank games starting to come to PC soon?
That's nice.
Like, Rift Apart will be making its way to PC probably within a year. World of Classified Document Leaks. You know what? Maybe we should all have, like, a game night where we play that game. That'd be fun, right?
We all play World of Tanks?
Or War Thunder.
War Hunter?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and use a fucking howitzer to lance a wart. How about that? Problem solved. along with everything else attached to it.
You know what? I had a pendulum in my back. I wouldn't mind using some artillery on it. Jesus Christ.
I think I'm not entirely sure.
What's this that I'm going towards, I wonder? Is that the starting point? What the fuck?!
Oh, one of those. Oh, yeah, have fun with that. Man, you should have brought Rex with you.
Don't stop moving.
Hey, don't stop moving.
That's a pressure on. Those things go right through the shield, and I think get them and you're dead.
Yeah. Also, you could have brought Rex.
So, angry moon creature.
Yeah, not just moon, but yeah.
Come on. One of the deadliest things in the game.
Oh, I'm pressing it to use Omnigel, but it's not doing shit.
It's working on it. I know that.
Yep, there we go. It's preparing now.
Do you have enough Omnigel for this?
It's already half dead.
Yeah, well, because the shields aren't shields, they're kinetic barriers, which is just kind of is acid.
Yeah.
I did.
You did. Well, or at least made it retreat. I don't know.
Well, it's dead. It gave me a reward.
We'll call it dead, yeah.
Dead enough. Alright then, that is not what I expected to run into. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck?
You could have had Rex with you.
Why, would he swear at it?
Krogan, Thresher Maws, they go hand in hand.
By the way, feel free to clip that one if you want, guys.
Oh god.
Like, that reaction was probably fun. Pretty funny, I imagine. Like, what the ever-loving fuck?
I think that's everyone's first reaction to a Thresher Maw.
Oh, there's a thing. There's two things. Not sure how useful these things are going to be getting them, but sure, why not? What's unfortunate?
I am not able to rewind enough to fight.
Oh, there's ways to do it. It just is a pain. Up to you, though.
If someone else does it, that's perfectly fine.
Wah! I think I'm doing at least a decent job at driving this piece of shit.
You're learning.
To the southwest, over tracks to the southwest. Huh.
I'm on my way.
Nice, 2 sniper rifles. you find some upgrades. Not
Yep.
bad.
Seems I've got the best one equipped.
Hmm.
What is Omni Gel? Is that what I use to repair?
Yep.
And bypass hacking.
So should I reduce to these things or sell them?
I don't know.
That. Yeah, the hard
Good
to say
question.
which is actually better.
May as well.
I'm glad to see the inventory mansion is just as obnoxious.
Yeah, that was one of the big upgrades, I think, with 1 to 2 was streamlining this.
Yes. Because to not put too fine a point on it, this freaking sucked, dude.
Well, that looks like an overall improvement.
Fair enough there.
And of course I can't wear heavy, so...
Yep. That would go to someone like, say, well, actually, it's a human, so yeah, it wouldn't go to anyone, I'm pretty sure.
Caden can do medium, I think.
Ashley could do heavy, I think.
He did. Caden can. Ashley can. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to use her though.
That's fair.
I know I didn't.
That leaves him vulnerable to tech and biotic, but I don't know how frequent is that kind of damage.
All 3 types of damage are pretty frequent. More so depending on the kind of enemies you're fighting, but you don't always know that off the bat.
But she can't use any of this. Furry and armor though.
Yeah.
So I guess nothing then. Or is it level restricted?
It is not level restricted, it is species and type restricted.
Oh, because it's wait. Guess there's light to. Alright.
Who?
I was looking at Tali.
Tali would not be able to do Turian.
Yeah, I'm having an idiot. Quarian, never mind. I'm a potato. Ah!
I was like, there's no female Turians.
Well, not ones that are in your party.
Yes, that's exactly true.
Because I knew everyone would try to romance her. Hell, people wanted to romance Legion. I would romance Legion. But it was me.
A lot of people would.
Let's be honest, most people probably tried to fuck a robot.
Mm-hmm.
And it said there were tracks leading off something.
Yep, if it's about something. About what?
How can I see the last messages?
You kind of can't. I don't think there is a message log free feature.
I don't
Well,
know.
fuck.
You're a couple of years too early for that kind of convenience in games.
Yeah, and to think I want to do something like play Dragon Quest VII on stream.
You know what? I hear Steam has this lovely new notes feature.
Huh, I wonder what happens. Let's see. What have we got?
I don't actually know if it's out yet or not.
Discussions. What is that?
That's your like forums and topics.
Forums.
There is notes.
Ah.
Cool.
You can even like pin it so that it's visible during gameplay.
Well, I've got a ton of streams of screen real estate, so what the? That was a sound. It even has a game overview thing too. Apparently Hunter's the only one that I know that's had the played this recently.
Actually, gonna pop out of chat for just a bit, but I'll stay in the chat. I'm just going to for a little bit.
Alright.
Everyone.
Comfy boy. Alright. What is going to get angry for me sticking my fucking bumper into its sight? Deet dee 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 dee. Home again, jiggity jig. Yeah, this is fucking Skyrim horse logic right here.
It really is.
Ooh. Ooh.
Can you imagine what it's like inside the damn thing?
I'd probably become a nervous wreck. Turian insignia recovered. Old freighter. Cool. Area map detect. Fuck, finally. Oh, look. And a dead body.
Ooh, dead bodies are fun.
Glance tells you the occupants, legal wildcat miners, are dead. Breeze are still sliding down the furrows left by its tire. Assuming this will doing all these side quests will probably get me a lot of extra money.
Sure.
I don't know.
Actually, I have no idea.
I want to go west.
Like, do you have any idea along? Who knows? It could. Maybe.
Oh, come on. Up. Give uppies.
Give uppies. Morgan's wants uppies.
Ooh. Electronic skill too low. What the fuck? Okay. Fuck you, I'm doing this. I do what I want, gang. Fuck you. Alright, that should be all of it. I've gotten my goodies. Well, I'm not finding what I need to do next.
Well, did you go confront that cult leader?
I didn't find the cult leader.
Well, he's down there somewhere.
On one of the planets. The only one that was landable was Presrop, and I already did that. Let's see. Journal. Sentry system and Hawking Ada cluster. Investigate Major Kyle and his biotic follower. Well, it says it's in Hawking Ada. But I'm there. It's Century. What am I missing?
Don't ask me, man. Been so long since I played this game. Oh, a metallic asteroid, maybe? Is he not on a planet?
Nothing there. Let's see. Might be time to look up a guide.
Yeah.
Major Kyle. Okay, that looks like it's in French. That's not gonna help. I guess I better specify English. Right, that's helping. Apparently Steam now has a web browser built into it. That's pretty wacky.
I mean, it has for a long time.
But it's actually... don't know what it's based off.
$5 has some flavor of Chrome.
Yeah, why is everything Chromium?
Because it's open, free, and easy to use, as far as I understand. And everything supports it.
Oh, it was on the planet. I just fucking missed it.
That's what I figured, but like,
I'll come back later for him. I'm assuming there's specific things I should avoid doing for the best endings.
Yeah, don't like go around
Message coming in.
people.
Patching it through.
I've received some troubling information.
Generally, if you can save people, do so.
Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
Remember that there's 2 sides to every story.
What can you tell me?
All 4 scientists worked on a classified project.
So avoid killing where
There was a
possible.
brutal massacre there years ago. An entire unit was killed by Thresher.
Oh god. Thresher mods.
It was classified as a natural hazard, but the project dates coincide with the attacks.
That can't be a coincidence.
There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck.
Are you going to bed?
Lead out.
I'm not too far behind.
Something about Thresher Maws being a thing is going to be an annoying thing, I guess.
Oh yeah, they're going to be around. I don't know how Thresher Maws became interplanetary, but...
Yeah, it reminds me of some of the species in Warhammer. Entities created at the dawn of time to protect organic life from synthetic devil machines. Huh. So basically a planet that's slowly decaying in its orbit. Lovely.
Hello.
Hello, T-Foxer. Welcome in. We're doing gaming.
I noticed.
With the emphasis on gay. Sure.
Playing
Mass Effect
in fucking thick screen.
Mm-hmm. I expect I'm probably going to run into a bunch of those big fucking bugs.
You know, most kids' first words are like mommy or daddy or baba, you know, stuff like that. My sister's first words were big bug because a zebra beetle landed right next to her. And those motherfuckers are big. She was correct. Big bug.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, yeah. God, I have clinical depression because I can't play Albert Wesker and didn't
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a glitch where sometimes when he vaults a pallet, his model gets stuck on the pallet, but he's still moving. So essentially, the player becomes disconnected from their model.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's essentially an invisible Albert Wesker running around the map.
Oh, so he's temporarily taken out?
Yeah, he's been temporarily disabled. This seems like the kind of thing they would patch out in a few days, but no, it's been like over a fucking week.
Well, that sucks. So I am discovering what most people consider the bane of their existence in this game.
Yeah. So?
Oh.
What? What?
The Mako.
Gross. The what?
The Mako.
Mako Tsunami?
No, the funky little fire tank.
Oh, I have literally never played a Mass Effect game. It will be legit.
Well, the longer I play, it's basically setting a new record of how long I've played one. So.
Yeah, the Mako is not the ideal vehicle.
Fussy. We're just going to go down like I have butter treads.
I think my favorite joke is that you know, is in the Mass Effect community is that not that the Mako's a bad vehicle, but that Shepard is terrible at driving it. Like, it would be fine, except Shepard's at the wheel and doesn't know how to use it.
Well, to be fair, the terrain isn't exactly conducive to this activity, is it?
No, but you know, listen.
I get the feeling I'm going to be spending a lot more time than I want doing this.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm very glad they don't have it in the other games.
But it got removed?
Yep.
Because everyone hated it that much?
Yeah.
Like, come on, just give me something like a fucking Dune Ornithopter or something instead, like an atmospheric craft.
Or a hover tank?
Why not? That sounds like
they give you a hover tank too for a couple of missions. It works.
Wildlife.
Ooh, time to go hunting. With a smooth bore cannon.
Will they attack me if I'm on foot, though?
I don't know. Go out and see. You know, now that you've killed some of them.
It has weird hands.
What the fuck is this?
Doesn't look like they put much effort in. I will now decrypt the mineral.
And I'm back.
I have decrypted mineral.
Why do they have hands?
Do these count as tars?
Yeah, that's why. Are these like proto tars, like before tars? Like if these keep going, are they gonna become tars? Oh well, better wipe them out just in case.
And I shall allow the furry menace to corrupt the galaxy. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah.
I mean, just wait till you run into another Thresher now. That'd be cool.
Lovely.
Well, do you have enough goop? Omni jar.
I'd like 17. They seem to be in open areas.
Like the one you're driving next to? You're debating if you want to pick that fight. Ooh, what is that down there? That don't look like rocks.
Thingy my bob.
Oh my god, it's shooting at you! Oh god!
Fuck you!
Sorry about that.
Boom! Oh, hello, asshole.
He just got back. You don't gotta tell him.
Not you, not. They are dead. Not a big surprise. Building entrance.
So decided to check out a different planet and go for the building here. Out of interest, did this one have an associated side quest?
No idea.
Okay, fair enough. Just curious.
Oh, yeah. What are some of the good mods for sniper rifles, by the way?
Well, in general, if you can find something that puts on like toxin, cryo, or fire onto your gun, that's always a good option. That being said, I think there's also a piercing mod that's pretty good for sniper rifles. Been a long time since I did, so...
Warp. What?
Oh yeah, that's one of their biotic powers. Basically a burst of damage followed by a DOT.
Unity sounds like a good thing to pick up.
Oh, you absolutely want to get up to Unity, yeah.
So max Spectre training is possible.
Exactly, because that means you can pick your teammates up when they go down, and they will most likely go down at some point.
I like how you're using a sniper rifle to shoot a guy with something.
How do I get them back up, though?
That's what Unity's for.
I don't have that yet.
Well, they're dead.
When combat ends completely completely and there's no more enemies in the area, they will get back up on their own.
Oh, I was gonna tell them that that's it. They're done.
I doubt it. That only happens at story point.
You must die!
Lock shields!
All targets down.
All patched up.
I get the feeling using an assault rifle probably would have been better for that, or a shotgun.
Definitely. Enemies, especially in 1, really love to rush you.
So I'm not really going to find very many long-range things happening.
Certainly not in this kind of mission. In the story missions, more often, but not typically in the side missions, since they're smaller rooms and corridors like this.
Description, skill too low. I can't have another character do
Not unless they're in your party and they have the high enough decryption.
Well, how would I order them to?
Basically what they do is they substitute their decryption for you when you,
okay. Well, guess what? I just got, upgrade, but I think I want this.
Don't forget the rest of your squad.
Rogan Battlemaster just sounds like a very good thing to max.
Generally speaking, the, character-specific ones are very good.
Rex loves shotguns.
Yes, he does. Hey, can you decrypt the thing now?
Yep.
There you go.
Quick, you only got 10 seconds, hurry!
Boop. And how are you doing, Hunter? Welcome on in.
Doing good.
I think Hunter wants to watch you do inventory management.
What? What's going on?
Oh, they just picked up a bunch of loot.
Oh.
I've also thought it
had to shoot that.
It was a red container. What is that? Is that a grenade?
That's your grenade.
It doesn't seem to do much of anything.
No,
you have to upgrade them.
Let's see here.
Equipment.
Told you wanted to see you do,
Gonna be the 5th marker.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Press X.
Oh, incendiary explosive. I guess just add that on.
Yep.
That
You
is
have to
very
mod
good
the grenades. Just like how you can mod armor, mod weapons. So press X on a shotgun that you want. Like the Schmitter.
What are some of the better options for upgrading shotgun?
For a shotgun, I would go with like shredder rounds. Or anti-personnel.
plus 20% damage against organics.
And just do anti-personnel, or do they stack?
They don't stack. The next mod is either barrel if you press right on the D-pad. That's to upgrade the barrel. With a shotgun, I would recommend upgrading the heat sink because it generates heat. So that allows you to fire a couple more shots. And if you're using incendiary rounds, those generate even more heat.
What are the stats most important for the sniper rifles? I'm assuming that damage and accuracy.
Typically, yes.
And heat sink capacity.
Yeah, this one has jack shit for heatsink capacity there too.
Because the more damage you pump out, the more heatsink you want. Because that way you can follow with another shot.
Yeah. So with the hammer, I would want to upgrade the heatsink.
Yeah.
But then again, I
or
could
just go with the Reaper.
Reaper would probably be better.
Mm-hmm.
And then upgrade the ammo.
I would go with armor piercing for it. Then heat sink, or I would give it a high caliber barrel.
Minus heat absorption.
Minus heat absorption, but gives you plus 10% damage and minus 20% rate of fire. Or being a sniper rifle, recoil dampener dampens that recoil. Or you could use that for
having an
rifle.
extra shot would be handy because it only has 1 per second in capacity. How does the heatsink work?
You still need to put a heatsink on. There's no heatsink on there yet.
All right.
So press X.
Oh wait, I'm looking at something else.
Oh.
So I have 4 heatsink capacity.
Basically, you can fire 4 shots in a row without it before it overheats.
Yep.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna head to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Doodles.
Night.
So you think high caliber roll then? Okay.
Pretty much makes it more one shot in my opinion. Takes time to reload, but you can still get away with it. Assault rifle, I would always do recoil dampening with a heatsink on it. And I usually put, what I usually did was put, fire rounds on it.
Fire?
Yep, Inferno.
Don't have Inferno, unfortunately.
No, but you have...
Chemical. And radioactive or phasic.
I would go with the phasic since it's can bypass shields. But you get minus 30 damage on it.
And then recoil damper or heat.
I would go with recoil. Then later on when you find more weapons, some will actually have 3 slots, so a round and 2 attachments.
50.
And then it completely changes in the next game.
Pistol. Let's see. What are pistol typically good for?
Well, not a lot of people usually use them. I've never used them that much.
I'll ignore it for now then.
But they are useful for some things.
Yes, cutscenes.
Quick, well, that, but more quick, popping off quick shots.
Yeah. I usually go with the shotgun and build it for like slug throwing. One shot across the map, pretty much.
Fair.
And then assault rifle.
Stay back! Oh. I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard. Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help! It's Corporal! Corporal Toombs! You don't get to lie! Not today! Today it all comes out!
Oh shit, it's 1 o'clock. I'm heading to bed. Good night.
Alright.
Good night.
Night.
What should I do here? I went.
Depends on how you want to handle a person who might be psychotic.
What are you talking about? Why do you want to kill this man?
Want? What I want is my life back. I want to go to sleep without screaming in my dreams. I want the people who sent me to Akuz brought to justice.
Can't you see that Toombs is crazy? Shoot him!
But if I can't get that, I'll have to settle for killing the men who took my life away.
Let's see. Let's see.
What did the doctor do to you, Corporal?
We were on Akuz. When the Thresher Maws hit, my entire unit was wiped out. The Thresher Maws, the scientists were studying them. They let them hit our unit just to watch. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
What kind of tests are we talking about?
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
Ever had Thresher Maw acid in your veins? I have. They wanted to see what it would do. They're part of some organization, Cerberus, that runs secret tests like this. They treated me like a lab animal. This is justice. This man deserves to die. So, are you going to kill me or not?
I can arrest him. He'll answer for his crimes in court.
Weren't you listening? He was part of a secret organization. I don't know what Cerberus is, but they'll never let their operation become public. This is the only way. Are you helping me, or are you killing me?
I guess I don't have enough speech.
You don't have enough charm or intimidate to hold those.
Well then, what to do?
There's the problem.
Well, I don't really care for secret organizations, so...
If what you're saying is true, then pull that trigger.
Fair enough.
I won't stop you.
Mr. Toombs, please! We had no choice!
They had to die. You get it, right? I had no choice. But it's okay now. Now the scientists are just like my unit. No survivors.
Well, not the best answer.
Yeah, definitely not.
Social skills next, definitely.
Yeah, those are kind of a requirement if you want those extra options for the best outcomes.
Seems it's giving me map locations now.
Oh yeah, I think if you hit the back button you can pull up a full map. It won't show topography, but it will show points of interest. Oh yeah, there we go. I saw a map option there. And you can set a waypoint on there that will constantly direct you to.
Well, that was unfortunate. Oh well.
Oh well. Yep, sometimes that's how it goes. I mean,
well, I see that was a deserving party.
heading out. Exactly.
Pity that he offed himself too.
Indeed.
I'm assuming it's referencing the Cerberus from later in the series.
It is the same organization.
Just lead
yes.
the way. I'm here if you need.
You only get kind of hints to their existence in this one.
Why does it still have an exclamation point there? I thought I finished it.
It doesn't clear it out from the map, unfortunately.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, with the exclamation points, there's usually only one per planet, so you'll just have to keep track of those.
Ba 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 ba. The room. Yeah, I remember roommates playing this and just having to deal with this shit constantly. But yeah, the Cerberus thing does strike me as sus.
Yeah, it definitely should. This is not the last time you'll hear about them, I believe. There are other planets that they appear on one.
You get lots and lots of hints.
It's all side quests for one, but
I wonder if they had the story planned out for a far greater degree and just had the major beats for the entire series first, then fleshed out the things in between.
I think so, to at least to some degree. Because it's clear that they want to, they don't want to make Cerberus the main focus of one, but they was clearly an important story that was put as a,
A thing.
A thing for those who are willing to go out of their way with the side quests.
Now, imagine a game in the Warhammer universe playing out like this.
That would be interesting.
Bug.
Yep.
Centurion.
Doesn't seem like there is an examine point on him. Ah, there it is.
Ancient paper book with Bostra outpost insignia. I'm sure there's probably going to be something angry around here for me.
Possibly. Yeah, I just remembered. Two of the major skills you want up constantly, regardless of the class, are charm / empathy, and the vector trait.
Basically, any character-specific things along with other things that you're not focusing on too.
Yeah, for Shepard, those are the two main things. Regardless of class, those are very important.
Always useful.
Yeah, exactly. One of the big things with the game has always been like your choices matter, and some choices may not equal access without those skills.
I'm assuming that it just applies to most Bioware titles.
Part of the Bioware brand.
One of the times I think I should probably consider trying to play Vampire the Masquerade at some point.
That's called classic.
It is. And it's got some of that 80s, 90s cheese to it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of that. That's why it's really loved my year.
Yes, T? Oh, well, welcome back, T.
I just did a really evil build and then I made it.
Oh. Making people shit themselves again.
Okay, well, on Legion, you can vault pallets while you're using your friends. But if you get pallet stunned, you lose your friends. So I put on an add-on that makes it so when I'm pallet stunned, my frenzy easily recharges. I put on a perk that makes it so I recover from pallet stun 60% faster.
How about that made people annoyed?
So people think, oh yeah, I'll drop the pallet on them, and yeah, that's how you counter Legion, and it's like, oh, you pallet stunned me!
Big whoop!
Immediately hop over the pallet and stand up. Oh my gosh, I love
E.
You thought the pallet was our ally.
Oh yeah, I decided I wanted to do a stream today because I wanted a VR break. Alright, big open space. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh god. Yeah.
Big open space with multiple healing items. This is great. It's sure nice of them to put all of this ammo here.
I always like got PTSD when it came to open spaces and Mako because like, is there a monster? Is there?
It's going like, am I going to get reamed?
There's this really fucking stupid place in Final Fantasy 15 where there's clearly supposed to be a boss fight, and you can go there and there's no fucking boss fight. There's just like a shrine where you get one of like Raucus's weapons. And then I come to learn that there is a boss fight there. You just have to get to the maximum hunter rank, do all the max rank hunter missions, and then you'll get a mission that allows you to fight the raid.
Then there's things like Adamantoise.
They show you Garuda at multiple points through the game and foreshadow it as a boss fight. Nowhere do you actually encounter Garuda in the main story, and it is 100% only bonus content.
Just like Adamantoise.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's like, we don't talk about Adamantoise. He's allergic to lasagna, but.
I have a question though. I have $30, and I'm trying to think about what game I want to pick up. I could get Shin Megami Tensei 5, or I can pick up Tactics Ogre.
I know that Tactics Ogre is pretty good if we're not talking about the PSP.
I'm talking about the Switch Tactics Ogre Reborn.
I don't know how good that one is. I know several people who have been enjoying Shin Megami.
I'm probably...
I'm gonna say,
go ahead.
The game I'm looking at, but like, it has not gone down in price that much, despite the fact it came out in like 2017. Find it.
I do know that, trying to run through my head what kind of games I want to try playing.
Not GU last week.
I heard
I get
that's
that it's
good.
3 games, but it's still like $65 Canadian, and I'm like, really?
That means it's probably under the standard quote-unquote price in USD.
Was GU a spin-off or was it the main one? Because I thought Hack Sign was like the main.
Hack Sign, I think, is the actual anime.
Oh, that's just the name of the anime?
I think.
Yeah.
GU is a later series and apparently is a lot better built.
Yeah, I've been watching somebody play Hack, and I'm like, this doesn't look bad.
Wasn't it Tanky who was playing it, and I rated him a few times?
Whoa, you just went quite robot there.
Why? Accidentally repaired.
Whoopsie daisy.
First return to Normandy.
It's a different button. It is one of the 2 face buttons, though, I remember.
Oh, it's X.
Oh, that's right. X.
Hello, Feyor. Cute dork.
Steam homepage once again having porn on it. Classic.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
I'm pretty sure that it's companies artificially inflating the popularity of their game with bots.
Died,
oh yeah.
But I know you did your best.
And that's how they get up there.
Thank you again for your assistance, Commander.
It's really annoying though, because like, I'm fine with that shit being on Steam, but please don't put it on the homepage.
I think you can disable it from being...
You can disable it from being shown, but maybe I like certain games. Maybe I'm a grown-ass adult who can do what she wants. I just doesn't want to see
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Normandy, Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skillian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us.
I don't
or maybe they're setting up staging
Steam
grounds for
sometimes
hit-and-run
and saying,
attacks
because
on
you
human
played
colonies.
Orcs Must Die 2, play Grand Theft Auto 5.
I'm on it, Admiral.
Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth.
Yeah.
You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth
Steam
outposts
just
in the
has a good
Armstrong
UI,
cluster to the Normandy now.
has basically all the
Admiral Hackett
games,
out.
and their prices are good. That's why I like it. That's why I don't want to move over to other launchers.
Makes sense.
I'd just rather have everything in one place. Can I please just have full-fledged peace of desktop launchers?
Well, T, you still have to have the launchers installed, but Play Night can unify it in one UI if you like. And that's what I've been using. It even can be used as an emulation front end too, similar to Launchbox.
They put everything I had in one place. Now you just have to find it.
Let's see.
Not a bad idea.
I'll say.
Also, it's important to remember like that Fire Emblems are not direct sequels. They are separated by quite a lot of the time.
There are a couple that feature the same characters.
Oh yeah, that's right. Those two.
Yeah, those two are direct. I thought there was more than one game with Lynn as well, or was it more than one game with Roy? It's one of the Game Boy Pro tags. No, that was Marth and Roy. I think Roy also had one on the DS, but don't quote me on that. I didn't actually start playing until the 3DS, so.
Ah, okay, Lysiris. I guess Lysiris would be the one to know about that. Let's see, what do we got here? Nothing there.
It's kind of like JoJo, Same world, different protagonists usually. Sometimes you'll see somebody familiar.
Exactly.
Well, it's basically the adventures of an entire family.
Yeah.
Let's see. Aji Orba Smash. Bomb Sheep.
I'm still pissed off.
Yeah?
I'm still pissed off that Shizuka never got her own JoJo part. She's a character in JoJo who was adopted by Joseph Joestar. And her name in Japanese could be abbreviated to JoJo, but never got her own part. I'm mad.
They also screwed up one of the characters, didn't they?
Which do you mean?
When they did the anime for one of the female JoJo countership.
There's only one female JoJo, that's Jolene, and in the anime they make her look fucking incompetent compared to the manga.
Like, you'd think he'd have more control over what they do in the anime.
The manga shows how strong Jolene is. Araki has said it. Jolene can punch as hard as a meteor impact, and they show it in the manga, but they don't really show... Her punches seem really fucking weak in the anime. It's the only way I could put it. Like, they just feel weak.
Is sexism particularly common in Japan?
Yes. Holy crap, yes.
I guess I should understand that from what I've seen in some of the media.
Jolene, canonically, punches almost as hard as her father. And that's with the build difference. If she was as built as her dad is, I think she would punch harder. Like, her actual arms can't punch that hard, but her stand literally can punch meteors out of the fucking air.
So basically, she's holy crap ripped.
Yeah, like, her stand is very strong. Ironically, though, of all the JoJo protagonists to have stands, it's actually nowhere near the strongest. And that's because her ability isn't cheating. There are JoJos whose ability is just the ability to cheat.
So basically, he made it a character that had to win things of their own accord.
Yes, she's incredibly smart. She's just as smart as her grandfather. Or great-grandfather, I guess.
The problem with me is that anime usually takes so long to watch, and I have to get very invested if I'm going to watch it.
You should watch One Piece, though.
I'm not watching unless you give me the abridged approach.
You can only do the abridged if you're watching the movies, and it only goes up to Water 7. However, I feel like there's somebody has to have made an episode skip guide where you can skip all the needless bullshit.
Well, I'm getting shit started.
I will tell you the one part where I will just tell you to skip episodes. Like, if we watch it together, I'd just be like, well, we're just gonna skip a bunch of episodes. Is the battle for Marineford. I've complained about this to you before. It is just like 50 episodes of nothing. It's just people reacting to each other's trump cards and then pulling out a trump card of their own for like 50 episodes. I hate it.
That sounds really stupid.
It is incredibly stupid. It is the worst part of One Piece in my opinion, other than the blatant transphobia in a certain small part of it that was corrected later because the creator was trying to be a trans ally but was pushing harmful stereotypes in the process. Yeah, Hirohiko Araki and what's his name? Oda, what's his name? They're both like insane like LGBT allies.
They do their best to be, essentially.
They do their best to be. Japan does not have the best LGBT education.
Yeah, I heard that's probably an influence of some of the older folks over there not wanting that education to come into play.
I was yet again seeing, though, people trying to justify the blatantly anti-LGBT themes in Persona 4 by, like, giving the in-universe, like, writing canonical reason why things happen and not understanding that you could write a book that has white supremacist undertones and tacitly supports and pushes white supremacist narratives, and then give an in-universe justification canonically for why those themes exist. But it doesn't excuse the fact that you have just written a piece of media that is actively harmful to groups of people who are at risk. So the inside justification within your canon does not excuse the meta action of marginalizing people through your art.
Yeah. Like, for that one, I do feel that it in the context of those who viewed it, while it may not have been their intent to be that way, it did offer a character that, in Persona 4, that was someone that trans people could look up to as representation in it. And
then they infantilize her by making it seem like her being trans is the result of wanting attention and wanting to be taken seriously, rather than being who you are.
Yeah, like, it could have been handled much better.
It's a harmful narrative.
Like,
literally,
if they wanted to, that they could have changed the story if they wanted to talk more about sexism in the workplace for that.
Yeah, like, absolutely. But don't queer code a character and then make their queerness be a character flaw to be overcome.
That is a problem.
That's where I have a problem with Persona.
Naoto seems like a good character otherwise, from my understanding.
Yeah, and then there's, what's his name, is it
Kanji.
Kanji. Yeah, they're trying to make, like, a statement that guys should be allowed to like girly things without necessarily being called gay, yes, but you have queer-coded this character.
You've set the wrong expectation.
You've set the wrong expectation. Like, you could have told that story in a much better way, but you fucking flubbed it because you have no respect for LGBT people, and you see it like it's a problem to be gay.
Like, when it comes to that, I think that there are people who have modded the game to be a little bit less tone deaf is the word, I think.
Yeah, basically, you could tell that story without it having that Kanji is struggling against, you know, his sexuality, instead of just exploring who he is. You know?
Yeah, there's ways to, like, here's the thing. They could have still had what they intended if they just wrote it a little bit different.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they're queer coding these characters and then making their queerness be a flaw to be overcome.
Bayor, I hate how you described that.
Not in chat right now, what'd they say?
They called it fucking Frogger for the decrypting minigame.
Ah.
I hate it.
I also hate queer baiting. That's another thing in media that I fucking hate.
Oh, there's a nasty coming up somewhere.
Oh. For those who don't know, queerbaiting is the act of writing characters that are queer-coded to attract certain groups of people to watch your media, and then basically have it be nothing but, like, a form of advertisement.
Basically inclusivity, but then shitting all over it.
Yeah. It goes hand in hand with another trope called Bury Your Gays, which is where gay characters very often have tragic stories that end with them or their partner dying.
Don't they do that with African American people too? A lot?
Yes.
Like,
holy crap.
that is practically a fucking trope in the older media.
Oh, we have a character who's gonna die first in this horror movie. I wonder what skin tone we should write them as. Hollywood writers. Every fucking time. Every time.
I don't think I can recover anything from the destroyed turrets, though, can I?
I don't believe so, if I remember correctly. I think it just gives you the rewards when you next check your screen.
Let's go up here, because signal jammed. What?
God, I wish somebody loved me as much as Hollywood writers, like making teen romances where they have a black best friend who has literally no personality that exists to clarify every problem the protagonists have with having absolutely none of their own agency. Hollywood's a little bit shit.
A little bit? I think you're underestimating it. Or should I say understating it?
Marvel enough on this. Marvel has a lot of these fucking toxic tropes. People do not point it. It's just another extension of Disney fucking queerbaiting people. Oh, this is Disney's first openly gay character. No.
3 more of these outposts left to clear out. This should be
I still
fun.
remember a meme of, this is Disney's first openly gay superhero, and then somebody replies, their superpower is to be invisible in Chinese and Russian markets.
That is some sarcasm.
Yeah. Remember Lightyear, when there was just like a fucking like microsecond of 2 ladies like kissing in the background,
And
so
they
that they could cut it out?
And they got so butthurt. Tim Allen got butthurt and went. Like, here's the thing. You find that people don't get to know some people because you're going to be disappointed.
Have you seen Tim Allen's newer sitcom? It's basically Home Improvement if the main character were a chud. Not even kidding.
I'm not even sure what that means, but okay.
What's it? Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
What?
A cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. This is a movie. There was a movie where there are these fucking things called chuds. They were cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers.
This sounds stupid, whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah, but that's where the term comes from, calling somebody a chud.
Like, I've heard people get called chodes.
Imagine if you wrote Home Improvement, but all of the writers were MAGA enthusiasts. That's what his new sitcom is. It's
So it's hot garbage.
Yeah, it's about some dude who works at basically Cabela's, but is an asshole, and like the joke is that he's an asshole, and like we're gonna own the libs. Also, our main character's an asshole. Like, there's no fucking joke there. The joke is just, it's funny because he's a dick. Like, their two jokes are main character mean, other characters libtards. It is stupid.
Well, that is just stupid.
It is, like, seriously one of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life. And this is somebody, like, I actually used to watch Home Improvement. I actually really like that show. I was like, oh, he's got a new show. Oh, wait.
I don't have Intimidate, I don't think.
You do have it, but it's not quite as much potential as Charm currently.
Well, Charm's back.
the maximum those two are based on your actions and how much you scale on the Paragon / Renegade.
So Charm is more Paragon, I guess?
Yeah, Charm is Paragon, Intimidate is Renegade.
So how much of an asshole I am.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally what Renegade is.
It's just asshole versus not asshole. Okay.
That being said, sometimes the asshole approach is warranted. I will fully admit.
Alright.
Oh, here's what... It was called Last Man Standing. It came out in 2011. And this was before MAGA, but basically imagine, like, the entire joke is old man is asshole conservative and doesn't understand anything around him, but he's supposed to be sympathetic.
I don't find how anyone could find that sympathetic. It just sounds pathetic.
Yeah, really dumb. I legit cannot think of, like, a dumber sitcom that I've seen. And I've seen 2.5 Men.
That show was so dumb. On a side note, I looked at that pick thing, and I'm going like, what is going on there? And it goes like, it seems... Isn't it basically something funded by a crypto casino that's not very well policed?
No idea.
That's just all I've heard so far. I found lithium!
I'm just laughing at the people who are trying to move to YouTube.
Honestly,
with a singular exception.
What?
But, okay, I'm not laughing at the people, I'm laughing at the... YouTube somehow is offering something better than Twitch.
Honestly, they all have their own problems.
That's how I see it.
But
Yeah,
this is where I am currently, unless something significantly changes, I'm probably going to stay here.
When people go, oh, but YouTube has more exposure, and I'm like, to videos. They won't push your live stream.
Now here's the thing, if you have a video presence on there already, then by all means, live stream.
Dude, there have been multiple creators who have found that their video presence on YouTube is more effective at sending people to Twitch than it is to sending people to YouTube live streams.
Pretty funny. I still try to go ahead and update my catalog of stream data over there now and then, but I am very lazy. Let's see. Matriarch sharding recovered. Scans of Matar realized debris from a destroyed Asari freighter. Further scans uncovered a body brought on board. Dr. Chuck was examined and learned nothing about the origin. Among them was a Naga's writing.
Bad.
Bee Garden, Terrestrial World. What are those of Earth? Go. Hot, humid atmosphere. Nitrogen, carbon dioxide. Should no unexpected calamity occur, it should happen at some millennium. Disturbance of the fragile ecosystem reduces in harsh fines. Okay, sounds perfect to land there. I think later on you had to do a probing minigame.
Yep, that was it. That started too. Yep, and you could go to the Sol system and do it on Uranus.
Quick question: is tech or biotic more valuable against Geth?
Tech, definitely. That's why Tali has such high tech scores. He's basically anti-Geth.
So I guess things like that, like sabotage, damage them and fuck them up hard.
Exactly. At higher ranks, sabotage can even temporarily turn them to your side.
Outpost, let's just circle around this way. meteor shower.
Big atmosphere.
I'm guessing that getting the extra levels from doing this shit and the money will help immensely.
Absolutely. It's definitely worth doing. It's not something I would say you should focus on getting everything done unless you're going for a completionist playthrough.
Well, I don't know. Depends on how much I want to get more playtime out of the game.
Exactly.
Maybe a roundabout way.
Yeah. A lot of the times you can't go straight to your destination. You have to kind of
Finagle it.
Yeah.
And then piss off the local wildlife. The thing is, I also would like to start doing VR streams more, but it's sometimes a bit awkward trying to do it. At least it feels that way. Well, not much going on over here. Apparently Twitch now warns me that the game is mature rated. May not be suitable for some viewers. Well, I think my average conversational topics are not appropriate for children anyway. That's why I put in the rules it says parents are responsible for the content they let their child view. Like, if someone's watching it with their kid, I don't care. But I'm going to assume that children generally aren't watching this when I come up with topics and things like that.
Fair.
Also, I tried a weird game I had on my itch.io library from a massive purchase I made. It was Rocket Satchel or something like that. It featured a ferret that you could run around with and collect doohickeys in this space station and build little items to make your way through it. Meanwhile, causing trouble the entire way. That isn't really going to be an approach that'll work. Maybe around this. And no. This is a terrible survey vehicle.
I mean, to be fair, it's not even really truly intended as a survey vehicle. It's intended as a tank.
And yet, that's what we get to use it for. Almost makes me wish I could turn it into a flying tank with some sort of cheat.
Why do you say that?
Oh no, there is a cheat for it, isn't it?
Not exactly, but they did make the flying quote-unquote tank in 2. It controls considerably worse, is limited to much smaller areas, and doesn't actually fly so much as it jumps really high and it hovers.
I'm gonna have to come from the other side. Clearly, I have to go through this mountain pass. Funky. They did at least touch up the environment slightly bit. I also thought one of the other games I could eventually do would be Halo.
Really? Like, Master Chief question.
Yeah, I have never played through the single player of Halo.
Absolutely wrong. And yes, this is good for 4.
I'd probably have to plug in the Xbox to do that if I wanted.
Probably those version of Master Chief Collection is pretty good still.
It doesn't have 4, or is it 5 that's missing?
Neither of them have 5. 5 is
controversial.
Let me just say, multiplayer is probably the best in the series. The campaign would be the worst if Infinite didn't exist.
All I know is Infinite, I do not like its multiplayer. Like, the weapons are boring. It feels like they decided to throw fun out the window in the name of quote-unquote making it a competitive shooter.
Exactly. It suffers in both campaign and multiplayer.
It's just a disappointment, that's all it is.
Exactly. It's the only reason 5 is rated slightly higher in my opinion.
Yeah, but that's when they were still doing that transition to making it competitive. Identification tag for Captain Dan. No indication of why it was hidden here. Who buried it in the first place? Turn around. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Alrighty then. This thing is not built like a mountain goat!
No, it is not. A light whisper.
What? This is a pleading demise.
Yeah, I feel that you have to deal with this, all the time if you don't want to. As I said, there's no harm about this.
I want my fucking goodies.
That is fair.
I don't really see a reason to get out of this thing to fight the Geth, though.
No, there is absolutely no reason to get out of it. When the main cannon pulps anything smaller than a Colossus in one hit, like, you don't need to. Hilariously enough, the Colossus you can actually technically run over.
That will knock it down.
Yeah, exactly. You do almost no damage by it, but it does knock it on its ass, and it has a very hard time getting up.
Ba 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 ba.
Yep. Oh, also, not sure if figured this out or if they told you the elemental system, like cryo, radioactive, and fire. Cryo is better against shields, fire is good against armor, and radioactive is kind of messes with enemy cooldowns.
Interesting.
Something I found quite useful, just to take note of.
Hello, bitches. Oh, fuck you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh, that fur is so hammering.
No, I got blown up. Fuck. Ay, ay, ay.
That was unfortunate. Which is much more unfortunate because now I have to do this.
Fuck you. Now I have to collect all this shit again. That is a hot load of bullshit.
Yeah, I forgot it doesn't auto-save on node completion.
That is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I forgot. That's why I got in a habit of just manual saving it when I encountered those.
Well, first death of the game.
Honestly, not too surprising. Most deaths tend to come from Mako missions, honestly. Whether it's occasionally missing the queue and not realizing your shields are down, or a thresher maw coming up directly underneath you.
Though if you're constantly moving, the thresher maw shouldn't be able to do that.
Generally speaking, it's pretty unlikely you'll be able to pull that off if you're constantly moving. And I will also say it's really nice that I see they've added particle effects to show where they're coming up. They did not have that in the original.
Also,
yes.
I'm pondering what games I could play on my other consoles too. Part of me really wants to stream Tail Concerto, but an English copy costs like $200. The question is, would people still be interested if I was playing a Japanese copy and just had a translation guide with me?
Hard to say though, I'd imagine so.
Because it's like $25 for a Japanese copy. I guess I could always get that and then use that as a hand-wavy way to just emulate it.
Quite possible.
Part of me wanted to get the Dragon Quest games that never came out in the States on the Super Famicom anyway, even if they're in Japanese, just to have them because they're not that expensive.
Fair.
Because that's how I actually first played them, was translated ROM. Because that's the only way they were available! Because Square Enix decided they didn't want to make them available in this state.
Unfortunately, yeah. It wasn't until, what, like, 8 or 10 that they decided that?
It was Dragon Quest... It was Dragon Warrior 7 that came. When they came back to the area, essentially.
Okay.
Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and save. Saving. Please do not turn off your computer. The misadventures of the Funky Buggy.
Yep. Yeah, Fayor, that's what I would always do. It's just like, I will not. I love Mako, but I will not do this part again.
Oh, you don't love the Mako, you're lying?
No, I seem to be in the minority, but I do actually very much enjoy it. And I do kind of wish it was back
Peekaboo! Ow.
Yeah, that's really, honestly, the best way to fight with this thing.
Play like it's a game of World of Tanks.
If you're not fighting a pressure mod, yes, hiding and using cover is the best option.
I have no problem playing like a little bitch.
If there's, say, like, one Colossus or an Armature sitting around, yeah, I'll probably rush them over and wait for them. Anything more than that? As I said, they have a very hard time getting back up.
Well, I ran him over.
I still remember freaking Game Informer reviewing this game before it came out and pointing out the Geth smites.
You lead, I'll follow.
I remember they had a caption under the picture of one of them and just said, "I hope this isn't a form of alien acupuncture."
Oh, you mean the weird towers that they use on organics?
Yep.
Is that Geth specific or just Reaper specific?
Both, I should say. It's technically Reaper tech, but the Geth are the primary users of it. At least until 3, at which point it's entirely Reaper tech.
Yes, I'll save. By the way, I did find out something interesting when I was looking at Kick's interface. Apparently, they let you have emotes right off the bat. Like, that wouldn't take Twitch anything to just allow us to do that.
It is a little mind-boggling that they
Like,
don't do that.
What I'm hoping is that ultimately more players in that area will help encourage Twitch to be improved.
That's the hope, yeah.
Competition helps everyone. Well, except for Twitch. But it will help the content creators on Twitch.
That's true.
They're like, we all want to compete! Wah! You know what the ironic thing is? Kick uses Amazon Web Services. How funny is that?
Oh, geez, what the heck?
And imagine if they end up being more profitable for Amazon than Twitch.
Oh, geez.
It's a funny thought. Alright, I'm guessing this is probably all I'm going to get here. Pick out that last Geth one. Tereshkova. I think I might have minor drift on this controller. Every controller these days gets fucking drift, and here's the thing. This is a controller I've already repaired once, too. But I'm not throwing out $100+ controller.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'll probably just end up having to repair it again. Unstable orbit. AU is meant to be the distance between the Earth and the Sun, I think.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, Mass Effect is definitely a series that's like, I will measure everything and explain everything in the most minute detail possible. I know most players will probably never read most of it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Atmosphere of chlorine and krypton? What?
Wacky shit out there.
Oh, that is scary. Tidally locked. Temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and dark pole would create a constant gale force winds across the Yeah, that would cause some gnarly convection currents, wouldn't it? Ah! Convenience is a place to dump drive charge that had left his orbit littered with debris.
You always have to have that dump planet. The landfill planet. It has to exist. It is a rule.
Well, just discharge it to the sun.
That's true.
Generation.
That being said, I'm not sure if that would work with Element 0 of course, because that's some weird stuff that kind of messes with the fundamental physics.
There's always weird exceptions.
Like the whole thing of, oh yeah, we can just lower or raise the mass of an object without changing its size whatsoever.
That's not how that works.
It shouldn't work that way.
It may have low visibility.
Ice planet, yes.
Yeah, there's definitely some drift, as you can see.
Ooh, yeah.
Could compensate it with a slight dead zone adjustment, of course.
That would be helpful.
Oh, thank goodness it's not that mountainous.
Yeah, thankfully there are a few mostly flat
Makes it a lot fucking easier.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, fuck you! What? Multiple? I guess I have to hit those to force it out. Fuck!
Oh gosh.
Got too close. It's okay, it's very early. Thank you for the bitters. Run, mother fluffer.
Yep. Yeah, they specifically say the reason pressure mod exists is because they kind of that they grow from action latch on the ships and drop off on whatever random planet they pass by.
It's a creature that's designed specifically to be an asshole. The radar also tells me where it is too. It also tells me where it's going. Heading towards me. Now it's heading that way. Almost dead.
Yep. Almost got one more shot.
Fire! Fire! Because I can't because it's repairing.
Yeah, you can't fire your weapon while you're repairing.
Fuck you! It gave me like 1,500 credits.
Thankfully, yeah, they are worth a shit ton of ASP.
Fuck you, game!
I don't think Revo is repairing either.
Vehicle and human corpses. Telltale signs of Geth weapons. The Geth have been mangled by the Thresher Maw. They got what was coming to them.
Yep. They went after the people, then they realized, then the Thresher popped up, and they realized they fucked up.
I guess they're both X's, because I've done whatever counts for it.
Yep.
Then we have something over here. Promethean Ruin.
Ah, yep.
Dropped by one of the Thresher Maw's victims.
Yep, indeed, a disc. Boost. Yep. Fade. Okay. Alright.
Looks like it won't be hard to max out the stats.
Not particularly hard. You probably won't be able to get every stat maxed out, because I think there's not a BSP to do that, but...
This one goes up to level 60.
Okay.
With the new version.
Okay, then you probably can in that case.
And Geth Outpost is X'd out.
Yep.
Because they got eaten.
Seems so. Yep, I was just going to know everything that is not
You know, I think populations would probably rather have sinks as loose.
Probably.
I don't know. Sinks is to eat people too.
That is true.
They are so freaky weird.
You think the stealth predator or the giant worm?
Technically, they could both be. Fair goes, they are hot.
There are people who very much like them. I know one.
I'm probably talking to them.
Well, I'm actually not one of those people.
Damn.
Yeah, there is a way to reduce that, but I don't believe the anti-jamming transfers to the Mako, unfortunately. pressure malls on the planet, it's immediately marked as not suitable for colonization.
I guess because it's too hard to do an extermination campaign.
Exactly. Well, you never encounter one in one game. It is implied that usually where there's one, there's and they specifically say in their codex entry, do not engage unless
The fickle pickle?
I believe that's who is seriously calling the pickle.
I can understand why they call it that. Come on, come on, come on, move, move, move. I'm going backwards!
Fortunately, that's the only option right now.
Huh? It'd be funny if there was like an Avali mod for this.
Oh my god.
Get pasted. What?
Oh. Looks like they're dropping off reinforcements.
That's number 2. Let's hit the next base.
Alright. Luna? Really?
Yep, I've seen that mod. Anti-bomb. And I understand completely why they make a big deal from getting out of your park, because I've seen what happens when you park on a cliff and you get out down the slope from it. That was one of my most embarrassing deaths.
I think there's only usually one of those thresher fights on the...
There's only one per planet.
But they make it worth killing it, I suppose.
They give you a hell of a lot of XP. Just because they know it's such a pain.
That was a lot of shit. I've made I got up to 22,000 so far. Drive around for a little bit longer, and then I'll move on. Why do you think I'm bothering with it? It'll probably make my life easier in the long run.
Certainly having more money to buy stuff later on, more XP, so that you know, quite so underpowered, like worthwhile.
Definitively.
That being said, you absolutely have to consider like your powers and your team's powers, so like those turn things around.
I'm assuming the AI of the game is idiotic.
They're not typically too good with power usage unless you set them to powers.
But if you're in one of those nastier fights, it's probably a good idea to do that anyway.
Myself, I'm pretty used to keeping like power usage sort of off and then actually designating targets and whatnot in no fight. That being said, I also play a lot of the more power-heavy classes.
I think Infiltrator isn't that power-heavy.
No, they're definitely not very power-heavy in one. They're basically just a sniper class. They have a little bit of tech and hacking abilities that they can do and stuff like Geth, but past that, not too much. They got much more power heavy too in 3. Well.
Oh, there was some goodies over here. Okay then.
Namely, they got their most useful ability in 2.
What's that?
They get a hack cloak, which is invisibility.
Ooh. Sexy.
Yep. Sure, it's the price is you can't regenerate shield more often, but you don't really need to when half the enemies aren't noticing you.
Basically, you just have a bunch of beefcakes running with you, and then you just snipe people.
Exactly. Plus, you break cover for weapon attacks, but it inflicts double damage as a result of a sneak attack.
You know, with my habits, I'm probably going to be playing this game a lot longer than I thought I would be. Oh, there's more goodie.
Hey, that's a good, as long as you don't burn yourself out, that's good.
Well, it's not exactly something that's going to overwhelm my brain.
That's perfectly fair.
Like, let's be honest, this is one of those RPGs that's more for the, that's meant to appeal more to the COD bros. That's not meant to be derisive, of course. It's just...
No,
it's not meant to be complicated.
And later entries streamline things even more, so...
It's more rooty-tooty, point and shooty.
It's a little bit more action and less on the RPG side, but it still retains some of its old RPG roots. Most people universally praise the change. And I'm definitely in that group. It feels like a natural evolution rather than a forced tone change.
Now, one of the things I don't like from a game that changed a lot was Ratchet and Clank. I prefer the way the original ran. I like all the games, but the original, I feel, did it best.
That makes sense. More of like a platformer than a third-person shooter.
And it had reasons to use every weapon. The weapons were actually treated more like tools.
Ah, okay.
Surveyed. Cobalt detected.
I can't start not hearing that. Sorry. Cobalt happens to sound a lot like something else, and
Cobalt?
I have... Exactly. And I have a D&D PTSD from that.
What? You got the... Oh shit, I'm going to the planet. Alright.
We had to obtain a cobalt scale, and the only nearby one just happened to be inside a Lamia.
Oh, it got eaten by a Lamia. Okay, then.
Uh-huh. That Lamia was temporarily part of our party. The NPC.
Well, that makes it awkward, doesn't it? Going like, we're gonna have to steal your lunch.
Exactly. We had the Swanti Naga in our party as the rope for such.
If you're talking about the remake of Ratchet and Clank they did, that one was awful.
That one didn't turn out too well.
No, I don't like the PS4 Ratchet and Clank, the movie, the game. That was hot garbage. It kind of destroyed the way the characters played together. Okay.
Oh.
A burnt corpse is evidently a mom-and-pop independent salvage team. Close-range hits from Geth particle beam.
Yeah, it's really like their particle weapons.
Wah 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 wah. I see a big open area over there.
Not every planet has a thresher mob, but most of them with open areas do. Eventually you learn to become very suspicious of those spots.
I heard that Rift Apart was actually a very good one.
Rift Apart was well reviewed.
And it's coming to PC.
Good. More people get to experience it.
Imagine if it ends up being Steam Deck compatible. Wah 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 wah. So how goes progress in your endeavors? Like searching for car and whatnot.
Recent events have set me back pretty hard, honestly. Fair amount of
Oh, if you're depressed and need a lap or something, just let me know.
Well, thankfully Thankfully, I think we've got it mostly under control now. To start with my suit, I've got a couple candidates. I'm a little bit
Honestly, depending on the price, you can afford to be not too picky.
I'm trying not to spend too much of my savings on it.
Yeah. A couple thousand should get you something that'll run you for a few years.
Well, it also doesn't help that the make and model I'm kind of looking at is. Those can be run a little high.
I'll tell you what is not a bad brand.
I very much like the way they function. I really love the mileage. Honestly, with gas prices the way they are, I kind of want to make that a priority.
Well, thankfully they're not usually going too much over $3 unless, well, depending on you said California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes out the window.
Where everyone wants to have that car.
You know, you could go for like a hybrid SUV or something.
I don't
Or a hatchback.
Like hatchback maybe.
Because here's the thing. There's something to be said for having the utility of a vehicle that can carry stuff. It also depends on how much you intend to drive. Do you like driving outside of work? Or you intend to be more of a homebody?
I don't really go for drives. If I walk in an area, I will. If I have to drive, I'm back.
Like, I have saved so much money on gasoline.
Wouldn't it be great if, like, you could just walk basically everywhere, and then if, like, the odd time you couldn't, there was, like, some kind of alternative to driving?
I fucking wish.
It'd be great if there was some system like that, you know, was, like, very popular in the 1900s, like the early 1900s, you know, like 1900, like, yeah, it'd be really great if it could, like, go back to that or something.
Imagine having something like the Strauss in Germany.
I fucking love when people are like, stupid libs don't understand that we should go back to the way things were. You know, this modern stuff is so dumb. It's like, okay, let's go back to before there were cars. This is the design of a car. Not like that.
I'm going like, no, let's take the things that were good, and then throw out the things that were bad.
Reject modernity and embrace tradition. Get on the train, motherfucker.
You should do that every time someone tries to go a conservative rant at you.
I think people forget that capitalism and the fucking auto-industrial complex is a new thing. So you can just literally say reject modernity. Return to monkey. Return to train, okay?
I would love for here's the thing. Imagine if we had someone with the kind of wealth, say, that Amazon does, decided to actually invest in public infrastructure. Like a train setup.
Here's one thing. The train networks in the United States were mostly paid for by creating the infrastructure using a large investment and then selling the land adjacent to the train tracks. That's why most cities in America have or used to have a train station. It's because these towns were literally built around the station because the rail company would literally lay the track through, build the station, then sell the land around the station.
Alright.
I'm not going into the part where they pushed a lot of people off of that land in order to do that. That's really fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's how the rails were built. Colonialism.
Colonialism at its finest. Oppression. Delicious.
But now that you have like a larger, like now that there's a proper like coast to coast nation state government with like an actual tax system, because taxes weren't really much of a thing before like World War II, if you actually look into it.
Well, those taxes, here's the thing. If we went ahead and did an 80% tax on the most wealthy people, we could return back to the glorious years of a huge middle class that we had before Reaganomics.
I would just like, you know, when you actually look into it, the fact that the United States is so big is the reason why trains work so fucking well. Because they're actually more efficient.
Yep.
Train infrastructure is cheaper than road infrastructure. So if you want to get something from one place to another, the cheapest way is not cars or airplanes, it's trains. It's cheaper on the people creating the infrastructure and the people using the infrastructure. Literally, it's cheaper for everybody to use trains, and it's more efficient. If most passenger travel was moved to train, and most industrial travel was moved to train, all of the roads would be cheaper to maintain because the number one thing that makes roads break down is the weight of cars on them. Why did Roman roads last for so long? Because automobiles weren't on them. That's why.
Automobiles are too heavy.
They're very heavy. They break down the surface that they're driving on.
Yep.
Literally, embrace tradition. Reject modernity.
Embrace embrace the good traditions that are not harmful to people.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with that.
I'm just saying, when I say embrace tradition, reject modernity, I'm also talking about it didn't come about until, you know, actually pretty recently. The concept of a gender hierarchy did not exist before. That shit came around.
Charging up.
Fun fact, when you actually do a thorough look into ancient hunters, our like super ancient ancestors, like the ones who were like
Hang on, swapping battery.
Okay.
All right, back.
So yeah, our proto-agrarian ancestors and our early agrarian ancestors had hunters. And when you look at burials for hunters, you actually find that about a third of them were female. Same with artisans. Third of them were men. So when we think back and we're like, well, yeah, the women like stayed in the village and looked after the children and built like clay pots and stuff, and the guys went out and hunted. That is 30% complete bullshit.
Oh, she got AI hacking. So how do I control how my squad behaves?
So, in settings, I believe there is a behavior setting for them.
Options?
Options, yeah. My bad. So, let's see. Gameplay. Then there should be combat squad usage. Okay. So that means they're automatically using anything that's they have at their availability whenever they think it's a good idea to use it. Now, whether they're actually using it efficiently or not, that's hard to say.
That's up for debate, in other words.
Yeah. As I said, I am very used to using it manually, but that does require you to, open the power or wheel in the middle of combat and aim at an enemy and say, that one hit them with this ability. The good part is that it does
No, it isn't. How is it a slur?
Sometimes people use it as an insult, and I'm like, silly is a slur.
Sadly, I have actually never.
That do what?
That use it as a slur.
It's not a slur. It's not aimed at vulnerable people. In common fucking parlance, nobody says that any insult is a slur unless you're punching down anything that is hurting.
Okay,
Whether
so
people argue definitions, the actual use case of the word, nobody uses it in common parlance like that.
Every now and then you get an asshole who doesn't understand the use.
Frequently.
It's very rare, but it does occur. Alright.
I think I've killed most everything in here.
It does seem like it's pretty cleared out.
An arrow directing me somewhere.
Yeah, worth checking out at the very least. There could be a room you've missed. Some of these places can be a little bit of a maze due to the fact that they use the same reuse the same tile sets. Oh, okay, this is the back of the entrance, so I think you probably did. I'd clear everything out.
Good morning.
Raz!
How's it going?
We're doing good. I'm just fiddle farting around doing everything with the main story quest. You know, the typical open-ended game thing.
Fair enough.
I think they do reveal more systems later on as well.
Probably they do that in a way so you get on with it.
You know, I think Nintendo's trying to tell us something this year.
What?
Oh, the most recent Zelda game had a very attractive anthropomorphic goat in it. Okay.
What,
and their Nintendo Direct is airing on 6/21.
Okay, they know what they're doing. They know what they're fucking doing.
Just like Disney before them, Nintendo is coming out as a furry.
Nintendo has always been a furry company.
I don't think so.
Oh shit!
Oh, that's good luck.
Get faked.
I don't think anybody's ever done an exotic story about somebody getting faked.
I wouldn't be freaking surprised.
Do you want to start a betting pool on this?
You know, the worst part is, there are people who put... Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this. Someone put cum in their vape.
That sounds awful. You just taste like bird.
That's I know, it's disgusting. Somebody
it wouldn't
actually did that.
atomize.
I
There's no
know.
glycerin in it.
It's gross. Somebody did that though. Like, but it's one of those things you go like, okay, why?
Oh god, I still love this fucking meme that goes around. The woke agenda is ruining movies. Like, if they made Alien today, they'd probably cast a woman as the lead and make one of the characters explicitly transgender.
Isn't that already the case?
Yes! Yeah. It's literally the case. Dude, if they made The Matrix nowadays, it'd probably be like a fucking allegory for the trans experience or some stupid woke shit.
It already is.
There you go. The red pill is literally estrogen. The red pill versus the blue pill. Yeah.
Where did Razzie go?
I don't know.
He exploded. No.
Yeah, the sisters Wachowski have literally fucking said it. They were literally like, yeah.
Well, that's...
Yes, this was intentional. Fuck you.
Yes. Yes. That was quite loud.
I can't do it right.
Oh, no.
Oh, you knew what you signed up for, Felix.
Very true. I don't mind.
No. Can I mention something I'm super fucking hype about?
What?
They're releasing the next fucking Pokemon set in the trading card game. It's called Pokemon 151. It's a set that has all 151 original Pokemon in it.
I was gonna say, it's Gen 1 stuff, right?
It's literally all Gen 1 stuff, and they've got some, like, spiritual successor cards to some of the OG overpowered shit. Like, I think there's, like, a new version of Lass and, like, Professor Oak. They're not exactly the same, but they're cool.
Fair enough.
The last time they did this was in the X and Y era, so, like, about a decade ago.
Wow.
It was called Pokemon Evolutions, and they reprinted some of the older cards in their original art with the original cardboard. And I may or may not have ordered like 8 copies of a bunch of the original art, like cube staples, because they're like 20 cents right now, and you can find them. I'm imagining them going up to like $1 and being impossible to find them.
It is time for the holographic Charizard that everyone wants to make a comeback.
It did! Dude, if you sold a Charizard in like 2020, it would have been like thousands of dollars if it were perfect condition.
Yeah.
I mean, like $40,000.
Someone in Neos apparently found that, and he apparently also had a Alpha Black Lotus that he ended up finding when he was there. Apparently he went to a store to ask what they were worth. The store manager was sweating bullets and kept trying to lowball him, but he realized that he was fibbing at him, and he walked out while the guy tried to grab his heels.
Oh, God.
I will say...
Hard everyone fucking wanted.
Yeah, it's like a couple 100,000, I think, now, if it's in decent condition.
If I might point out, I love Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Because the following cards have been broken for over a week and have only just been banned, instead of being banned immediately and getting fixed a week later. Spiritomb, Tinglu EX, Klefki, Gorbis, Empoleon V, and Aerodactyl.
Yay!
You have Nintendo money. You can't. Breath of the Wild, there's Tears of the Kingdom fixed the duping glitch in like a week.
Which is kind of dumb.
It's kind of dumb, but are you telling me that this fucking game... You have Pokemon money.
I will just have one word there. Rayquaza Mega. Sorry, that's two.
I have 2 words for you. Sorry, 3 words. Crown Zenith Kyogre. It's... So, Kyogre from Crown Zenith had the ability that you could attack Pokemon on your opponent's bench. And it would put damage counters on them. And then they would get enough damage counters to knock them out. And they wouldn't get knocked out. Because the damage counters you were putting on them were only visual. The game did not calculate the amount of damage that the Pokemon had properly. It would count every damage counter placed by Kyogre as simply not existing. It visually was there, but in terms of the internal logic of the game, did not count that damage as existing. So you could, like, get like 1,000 damage on a Pokemon using Kyogre, and it would just be sitting there like, hoo-hoo, I'm full health. And you know how long it took them to fix it?
A month?
5 months.
I'm getting
Oh, this is a different team. Honestly, I just think that the Pokemon teams are just, in general, are just kind of incompetent at this point.
This is a team that was directly hired by Pokemon, Pokemon Company International, PPCI.
Ah, yeah.
Originally, it was handled by Direwolf Digital, the creators of Eternal card game. But they decided that they could do it better in-house themselves, so they created Pokemon Live. And no, they absolutely could not. This game is dog shit.
They screwed the pooch, basically.
The original was outdated. You could tell that it was from the DS era. You know, like, the avatars looked like they were ripped directly from Canadian animated television show 16. Look it up, it's actually pretty good. But the avatars in this game look like they were ripped from the metaverse.
You mean from the bullshit that he made?
The Facebook metaverse. Oh. Yes, it looks like fucking World, baby. I don't know how they could do this, because this is a company that has Game Freak and Intelligent Systems at their fingertips, the people who literally designed the card game and the video game respectively.
I mean, to be fair, Game Freak isn't what it used to be, so
I think you could hire... I think that you could get the art teams that work on designing characters for the Pokemon franchise as a whole, and get them to fix the visuals in this game.
Maybe James Garner.
Apparently it hasn't credited me with finishing the Geth thing, even though I went to all 4 areas and wiped out the outposts.
That's really weird. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you there.
Best thing I can say to illustrate the issues with Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. There's no tab, there's no option to look at your collection. You can't look at your card collection. You have to go into the deck builder and then use, like, the deck builder to look at all of your cards.
Oh my god.
They make it so fucking dog shit. I don't understand. Like, there's a certain point when you fucking choke on your own saliva, you're so stupid. Like... How the fuck?
Well, might as well check the map and see if you can spy anything.
There was a Geth outpost over there, but I killed it. Hey Quill, how you doing, you big silly bean? Also, T, I've found that I'm starting to like the look of Mastodon a little bit more than Twitter.
Yeah?
Yeah. I ended up creating mine on meow.social. But that's because that's when I initially created it, and it's been there for ages. I found out that it was one that I had made long before everyone was getting angry at how Twitter was going. The previous Twitter owner is actually trying to make a new Twitter. Oh, that's interesting news. Jack something, I think his name was. Also heard that they're trying to make a metaverse version of Reddit.
Reddit is the place I want to go when I have no self-respect.
Oh yeah, welcome in, Quill. Wah 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 wah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that quest, but oh well. This was one of the super mountainous ones, wasn't it?
Yep.
Unfortunate. The only thing I can imagine is that one of them had a inside section.
I did get one with an inside section. And I did smite it. And Rex even had the reaction of, we smote it.
Was there any that you remember not getting a reaction?
I'm not certain, that's the problem. But we're going over to this Geth outpost again.
Might as well. Get up to that.
Well, now that I'm not trying to go around the map for goodies. Honestly, most people can find my trail all over the internet fairly easily. Actually, I'm curious now.
I'm sure if I look into it, I can follow as many warriors.
Let's search. I have Twitch, Twitter, the Steam, my Fur Affinity. Apparently someone is under my name on Instagram. That's with Lawrence Yeager. That's not me. Okay, let's see. Xbox, Stream Element, YouTube, images. What appears under images? What the heck? That's not me. Oh, there's the badges I got. Silly pictures in Neos. Wait, what's my image doing on a Japanese site?
Is it one of your pictures?
It says T-Foxer, and it's on EU Hitter. Something to do with Twitter. Weird. Apparently, plant nutrition came up under there.
Interesting.
I don't even remember what Fur Tracks is.
Good to know that people in Japan appreciate my art, apparently.
Apparently, my Gilded shows up with food porn. Or something like that. Something I posted there. Oh. Apparently I did something on ProtonDB for a scapegoat. Twitch metrics. Project Gorgon questions on Reddit. I got some weird shit here. It's interesting to just look at that. Apparently, I'm listed under NeoSweeky MMC 2020.
Huh.
Yeah. It's kind of cool just to look at that. Wait, I'm getting jammed. Something's there. I'm going to go and shoot at it. Where are you, you son of a biscuit? I shall go forth and smite them. With a big fucking cannon. Oh, there they are. Hello, fuck you. Whoa! Hello. Oh, I ran it over.
They finally printed a copy of Lost Orders with the system. It was about heckin' time.
I hope I'm not taking damage.
Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside the Star Cluster.
The main Geth base. Use the signal to lock onto its location and go take it out.
What the fuck?
This is one hell of a weird glitch. What was that?
I don't know. Feel free to clip it though. What the fuck? Do you remember what they said?
Yeah, they said something about like they thought Normandy would be the main base and it wasn't. Something about inside the Star Cluster or another base.
Well, maybe if you're clipping it, you can get the details. I was too distracted by the absurdity.
Yeah, fair there.
I just assume that any game that gets fucked up under EA's watch is usually because EA is full of shit.
Ironically, I think this game was actually purchased before EA, but though I'm not actually sure. Or maybe before purchased, but I don't actually remember.
No, it's been EA the whole time.
Yeah, fair. Okay, let's one of these major base. Receivers picking up some kind of sense. Based on the signal strength, I say it's coming from inside the star cluster. Main base, okay. Oh, okay, what was that last one? Okay, so it sounds like there was a new base that spawned somewhere.
So probably someone within this star cluster, so that means within this whole area.
Yeah, use the signal from its location to lock onto it.
Use the what?
They're saying, like, it should be marked somehow.
Ah, here, Grissom.
There we go. Yep, that wasn't there before.
Alright, I need to step away from it for a little bit. Just a moment. Let's see. One moment.
Whoa. There we go. So that said, so far the game's been pretty fun, I'd say.
That's good to hear.
Yep. Can't say I've had any issues with it so far, except for wonky driving, but that's kind of coming. I kind of knew that was going to happen with this game.
Yeah, it comes with it, and it's only in one. So,
yeah.
If you end up going for the others, you won't have to deal with it past that.
You said that someone said that going through and marking all these minerals will help in the next game.
That is true, yes. You get a bonus to the minerals, which are actually used for upgrades in the next game.
What kind of upgrades, since it's not experience or anything?
Squad mate it's weaponry upgrades. Yeah. I specifically remember there's ship upgrades and there's also like squad mate weaponry and armor upgrades that are outside the normal, upgrade trees.
Ah, fair enough.
Yep.
Wah 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 wah.
Like, certain heavy weapons you unlock are done via the mineral system. I believe getting access to some weaponry is outside of it. There's also a couple character power upgrades that are based on that as well.
So basically it's meant to be a big side quest project. To upgrade characters far beyond what they'd get otherwise if you didn't do it.
Yeah, they separated out. There's still the old kind of, upgrade system for talent points, but there's on top of that, there's a second system of like just
research.
Yeah, research, exactly. And that's what the minerals are used for too. And if you scan them in 1, you get a big, like, starting lump sum. In 2. Like, oh hey, you discovered these earlier. Maybe we can make use of them.
So basically, the game gives you a lot of incentives to play through it in a linear fashion for the series.
Exactly. Your choices, your resources, a lot of your resources transfer over. Yeah, they make every attempt to say you want to play through them 1, 2, 3.
Meanwhile, their other game, Dragon Age, did no such thing.
Yep. Sadly so.
It's cool when games actually make a nod to your efforts in a previous title, even if it's only a token nod. Like if you owned the weapons in Ratchet & Clank 1, you'd get them discounted in Ratchet & Clank 2. The downside is the weapons are basically not nearly as good.
Unfortunate, but understandable, I suppose.
Perhaps.
You know, Felix, in honor of you, I have set my coin on Pokemon TCG Live to be a Vulpix. It's an Alolan Vulpix, though. I don't have. There isn't a normal Vulpix one.
That's fine. Alolan is very nice. I do hope to someday actually get a Alolan reference for Felix, because he does have a frost form.
You see, if you had a regular Ninetales and an Alolan Ninetales, at any point of the year, you could just choose one to snuggle closer, depending on how hot or cold it is outside.
Exactly.
Where it's like, man, it's fucking hot out. I was gonna push you slightly further away and pull the other one closer. You know, it's just like, oh, I see how it is. Bitch.
Air conditioning.
Alright, here we go. It's going well, Fayor. I'm sure you're enjoying watching. So no worries. Heat hazard. I guess that means it's dangerous to get out of the vehicle.
Yep. Means that every time you're out of the vehicle, you'll see a heat bar build up, and when that gets to max, you'll start taking constant heavy damage. That being said, the bar will go down when you're inside a vehicle or a structure.
Surface is a mere 400 degrees Celsius. No.
Yeah.
Largest moon of the gas giant spawn. Krypton and Xenon. Perfect excursions without proper gear proves certain to prove fail. Definitely not a software encoding thing of Citizen Bases. Okay, so it's Geth.
Yep.
Nope. We shall journey this way. Boinga boinga boing. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. Boing. Apparently, another game that's really cheap lately is Super Monkey Ball on the Switch.
Yeah. Oh, people like that series quite a bit.
Leveled up again. Level up.
It matters.
Yep. It does. Oh, that's the star. Oh, that looks freaky.
Yeah, they have a blue star.
That doesn't look good. Definitely not healthy.
And it is also on the planet too.
But yeah, I still think it'd be cool to get a Mass Effect styled version of 40K for a game.
That would be awesome.
Like, why can't they just give the 40K license to some people who are good at making games?
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Yeah. I mean, they've proven that very well with the 40K.
Yeah, we just want good 40K games. Like, here's the thing. Fire Warrior could have been something that was really cool to show off the Tau. But no, it was clear the real heroes were always the fucking space. Archive could have been done better, but apparently it's still fairly fun.
It's fun.
It's fun, but like...
You get resources too slowly. Which is it's flat out what it is. It takes so long to grind for shit.
So basically, the progression is...
The progression is kind of awful.
progression is designed around whales who have no time.
Not us poor
Who
people.
have no time, as in whales who have no fucking life. Like, people who just... You're expected that if you want to, like, get good shit in Dark Tide, you're playing the game, like, 3 or 4 hours a day and spending money.
Exactly. Cosmetics are very clearly working over earnables.
Like, I don't mind buying actual content. But I want content. Not just a bunch of cosmetics.
Yeah, content in general is kind of lacking because they really slow on putting out maps and missions. And they did the baffling choice of going with a proc style mission selector, which is just everything's all random. You can't pick their mutators, you can't pick your mission, you have to get everything the web is on board.
Yeah, just like Nintendo kept making it so that Salmon Run can only be played at a certain time.
Well, it's worse than that because it's literally RNG. There's no rhyme or reason.
No, it's RNG in Salmon Run 2, because the maps that you get and the weapons you're allowed to bring are randomized, and you don't even get to pick your weapon. There's just 4 weapons that are available, and you get whatever the fuck you get.
Okay, there.
It just spawns you in with one of the, like, 4 kits that have been randomly decided on the map that has been randomly decided. And, oh, you want to play Salmon? Sorry, it's not available right now. You're going to have to play on Tuesday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Hey,
go fuck yourself,
Nintendo just needs to fucking grow up, honestly.
I just don't think Nintendo can afford the server costs to let people play Salmon Run all the time. They're actually a very small company.
Sarcasm is strong with this one today. Honestly, they should probably just kidnap someone from Microsoft and have them do the netcode for them.
There. But
That's
now,
always been one of the strong points of Xbox, from my understanding.
Like Dark Tide doesn't even tell you when the mission's going to be up. It's just yes.
It goes like, here's what's available now, bitch, fuck you.
Exactly. Unlike Burn, it's, the thing is experience. Also, too, it's literally inherited most of the mechanics from them.
Like, I think that's different than, say, games which have a predictable cycle that's based on the game world's lore, like, say, Mabinogi. Like, one of the odd things is, during the night, your mana tends to regenerate faster because the moon is in the sky. Or you have certain effects caused by the day of the week.
It's at least somewhat predictable.
Yeah, I think I'd probably enjoy playing Mabinogi again. It's just that you have to have self-control because of it is very monetized. I'll be honest, I spent way too much money on that game. Did I enjoy playing it? Yes. Fuck yeah.
There.
Funny thing is, you can actually play as your pets in that game. Downside is most pets can only be gotten through the cash shop. But those pets aren't just cosmetic. Like, unfortunately, there are pay-to-win elements, I'll be honest. But unfortunately, there's really not any game quite like it. Like, I was hoping Illyria would be that, but that came out like a fucking wet fart. I'm still down 300 on that one. Because I backed it. Not on Kickstarter, mind you, but later. They failed to deliver anything
So it's like me in Fortnite Saving World.
Well, I've actually found that I don't mind the Battle Royale game ever since they got rid of building. Like, removing the feature made it a better game. Because you don't have to worry about one stray fart making the little squeaker decide to go ahead and build the fucking Hyatt Hotel. Which is annoying as fuck. But I'll be honest, playing Fortnite is absolutely just absurd.
I believe it. I mean, I back the Horde shooter, or the Horde builder shooter, not the Battle Royale. My money didn't go to the Horde builder shooter, the Battle Royale.
I don't know what Rumble is. Is that deathmatch?
Never heard of that one. Ah, okay, so it is deathmatch.
I don't think I can use tech or biotic powers from inside this thing now.
But they might be silly little walkers, but
It is now time to... Okay, how do I flip back over?
try using the booster a bit.
Oh, I just hold it. Okay.
Ah, there you go, yep. Everyone remembers their first Mako flip.
Take him out!
What the? Where'd it go? On the monitor, Aquarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful capella of worlds and innocence lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. Transmitter shuts down.
Area secured. Payback time.
Oh, it's a remote detonated mine. I have to remember.
Yeah, the grenades are awesome and detonate not auto.
Number of encrypted Geth data files in the proper hands. Feel much about banishment of Quarry.
Yeah, most of the game grenades aren't too useful, except if you have an enemy that's particularly big and behind cover, but certain story missions, they are absolutely required. So you will want to get good at tossing them.
Wow. Here, there's really much going on here.
Yeah, the building's pretty empty. It's mostly just that one console.
Mostly kill the Geth, hack the terminal.
That's how a lot of these side mission buildings are like, is get rid of the enemies, hack the terminal, open any chest in the terminal room. But hey, congratulations. You did it.
It was a pain in the rump, but yeah.
Yep. Mainly there are quite a few that are
Also, another game that an MMO that I found kind of hard to play multiplayer. Another thing that I Rangober, RuneScape. That was a hard one to play actually multiplayer, even though it's an MMO.
Well, then again, I would actually understand that from the little I played of the old school version.
Oh, I get to give that to Tali now.
Yep.
Da 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 da.
Yep. One during the Normandy temperature.
Having a bunch of files on how the Geth have changed would probably be valuable as her gift.
Oh yeah. elevator. The slowest elevator in all of sci-fi.
Didn't take that long, actually.
Oh, wait, yeah, they actually really increased its speed. That's a nice upgrade. It used to take a good 2 minutes to get from one floor to the next.
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
It'll take years to decipher and analyze the data.
Maybe even decades, but it's worth the time. This information will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Go ahead, make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt, one I can never repay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Saren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard. Oh, hello, Shepard.
I should go.
Oops.
See you later.
Whoop-de-daisy.
Hey, Shepard. You need something?
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
I'm gonna assume I haven't generated any dialogue with most of them.
Most likely. Generally, it's only after main missions that you'll generate a new dialogue.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
Oh, I won that one by a bee's dick.
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Nice.
Well, as long as you don't mind.
Come here, I'm gonna poke you.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
I'm gonna poke the
My
man.
stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers sell licenses. Each license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of product.
I actually got an ultra rare.
I already have several basic ones, but you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands.
The pack had an ultra rare.
Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
What do the different manufacturers offer?
There are too many for me to keep track of, but each license will explain what it's good for.
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased, but I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back often. I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
So, I like to call this Pokemon deck. I'm trying to think of how to put it. I like to call this deck Why Can't You Be Normal? Because I always think of that meme of the mom just like looking back at her kid from like the front seat of the car going like, why can't you be normal? And the kid just fucking screams. Because it's Arceus and Giratina, and I kind of just assume that's what their relationship is.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, you play Arceus in order to turbo energy onto Giratina, who can knock anything out in a single hit. Only once. He can only do it once. But then you go, oh yeah, you've got your fucking 380 HP Snorlax VTuber fucking EX Max Super fucking Turbo Hyper Fighting Edition. Yeah, just knock it out. Boom. Got.
It's like this light. Like this light armor might be a good thing. That's like double the shields.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's 3 tiers above your current one.
Honestly, though, the best thing they ever did in Pokemon was returning to EXs. Because anybody who remembers the Ruby and Sapphire days of Pokemon, they released Pokemon EX as being like stronger versions of normal Pokemon. And then they did like a million variations on it. Like they had like a capital EX where it's like a capital E, capital X. They had like level X, GX, V. They had like all of these different mechanics that they did that were basically like better versions of EX, and it warped the game. They printed a card called Pokemon Tag Team GX Arceus Palkia Dialga. It was referred to as ADP. And it was the most broken thing they've ever released in the game, and I'm convinced the only reason there wasn't a fucking riot about it is because COVID was going on while that card was printed. So people had other things to worry about. And it warped Pokemon to a fucking unplayable state because every deck was just an ADP turbo deck. And now they decided maybe it's best not to warp our entire game by continually releasing stronger mechanics than EX. We have rotation for a reason. So they just went back to EX. And the reason things like Pokemon V or capital EX or GX were OP was you could just slap a fully evolved Pokemon into play. You could just be like, I just play Charizard. You didn't even play Charmander. You have to evolve your Pokemon. And they're like, no, I don't. Fuck you. I play Charizard EX.
Oh.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Nice.
Wow. Oh yeah, there's a lot of power creep in Pokemon.
Well, next year, or I think it's going to be next year, there's going to be a rotation, and all the Pokemon V are going to rotate out. So we'll only have Pokemon EX from then on. And the hope being that they just never do anything other than Pokemon EX ever again, because it just leave it. The thing about EX is at least you have to evolve your Pokemon to make use of it. If you want a Pokemon that strong, you should have to put more investment into it, is the way I'd put it. You shouldn't be able to just slap it into play.
Action would be the best for that.
Not a bad idea.
I found some good shit.
Oh yeah, you did. This will serve you very well going forward.
One thing I find kind of sad, in this meta, Entei V and Raikou V see play, but nobody plays Suicune V.
Aww.
And Suicune's like the coolest one.
Definitely my favorite of the trio.
Raikou's okay. Entei looks like a scruffy house cat, and nobody wants to say it, but I will.
But he's the only one that got his own movie.
I mean, Raikou got him. No. There was. Suicune got a movie, Pokemon Forever.
Oh yeah, actually they did, you're right.
And Raikou got that episode, the two-parter episode of Pokemon Chronicles, where Gold was the protagonist.
Oh.
So.
I did not realize about that one.
Yeah. Pokemon Chronicles, straight up, best Pokemon anime. Because it's a Pokemon anime that takes place in the same continuity as Ash's world. But it's entirely about characters other than Ash. The one exception being that they actually do the Pokemon Gold manga canon for Gold's story.
That's definitely good.
Gold is the best protagonist in Pokemon history, don't even at me.
I believe it, honestly.
Dude, I hate when people fucking say that Gold never beat Red, because technically it's not Gold beating Red, it's the player beating Red.
Why do people say that anyway?
It is the most dumb fucking thing I've ever seen. They're like, well, it was technically never confirmed that you actually beat him in later games. And I'm like, oh yeah, so I guess Mario didn't beat Bowser at the end of Super Mario Sunshine, because technically they never mention him beating Bowser at Mount Corona in any of the other games. So technically, Mario canonically never beat Bowser in Super Mario Sunshine. It's like, nobody's gonna say that.
Yeah, no.
Fucking literally nobody. Gold beats Red. He's the final boss of the game, and you're telling me that you don't beat him canonically? Fuck you.
People are just going like, but I want this to be the thing.
Gold is the best champion because he's the only protagonist who, like, legitimately beats Red. The only other protag that even gets to fight Red is, Sun and Moon, and you're fighting his like retirement team, which is super underleveled. It's not his full power team. So technically only two protagonists have beaten Red, and technically only one of those protagonists beat him at his full strength.
You bet, Commander.
Exactly. Sorry for the yawn there.
It's fine.
I picked.
Honestly, with the sell value, I might as well just reduce it.
Honestly, it's probably not a bad idea. You can never have too much Omnigel. Also really funny because the meta gel you use, that's actually a like genetically created creature essentially, which also technically violates the galactic laws on genetic manipulation. Which is like all the species realize it's just too valuable to outlaw.
What about it makes it genetic or manipulation or bad?
The basic rule is like you can, you can modify a species to enhance it, like, you know, adding immunity boosters and whatnot. You cannot create a full new species. Like, for instance, adding a tail to a human.
as dumb.
Well, what if you only modify someone in a way that is non-heritable?
That's allowed.
I mean, here's the big problem with that. Species, as a scientific definition, only has use in the utility that we use it as a tool, but it is not objective. Speciation is a way of categorizing what we see in nature, because nature is more of like a tree.
Yeah.
There's no boxes that make up a tree. So technically there's not a useful scientific definition of species without having to play to human subjectivity. And you find this all the time. The species get reclassified all the fucking time.
Looks like this Geth
because it's based on what is useful to our ability to research what's around us. It is a human-made tool that we use to research the nature around us.
Nice job, Shepard.
So what is a species?
Saved a lot of human lives
entirely opinion.
Hack it out.
That's true. I think it's more that like what they're trying to avoid is creating another sentient group that then has to be organized with rights, laws, etc., etc., etc.
Either that, or they're trying to stop another con saying, I know, wrong space opera.
But yeah, Medigel is a
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
That has been
Commander Shepard,
literally created for that
something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral, and we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
Yep.
Oh, that sounds like a hot mess, doesn't it?
The First Contact War was a pretty big hot mess because the first people humanity encountered was the Turian. You know, just the most militarist of all the Citadel species.
And that's probably what.
At least humanity didn't get their balls fucking.
Something you need?
Destroyed.
How's the Normandy performing?
Like a
Is
certain
everything
other
they said she'd be?
species in
She's the
Mass
best
Effect.
ship in the fleet.
That is true.
If you've got a
They
pilot
got
who
their
knows how to
asses
handle her.
handed to them.
Balance isn't what you'd expect.
The
Takes
thing
a
that
while to
really
get used to
pissed
that
off the
oversized
Turians
drive
and
core we got stuffed in the back, and the
randomly
power
turning
can sneak up on you if you're not careful.
mass
The Normandy's
relays,
probably
they
too much
realized
ship
it
for
was,
your
you know,
average
it's a
Alliance
mistake
pilot,
of an
Commander.
idiot.
Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
I can't
like to
believe
know my
that
crew.
the Gralians
Mind if I ask you a few
infected
questions?
the fucking
I can see where this is
Krogan
going.
with
You
the
did a
dick
background
kicking
check on me,
virus.
didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain.
Tell me I'm
You
wrong.
want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet.
I'm here to
Top of my
bubble
class
gum
in
and
flight
kick
school,
dicks.
I earned that.
And I'm
All those
all out of
commendations in my
bubble gum.
file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I'm sorry, Joker. I didn't even know you were sick.
You mean you didn't know? Oh, crap. Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly.
Wasn't this
They're
character
basically
literally
hollow, too
played
much
by
force
Seth
and
Green
will
in the
shatter.
first game?
Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get
In
around.
all of the games,
One wrong
actually.
step and
Is it
crack.
all of them? I thought
Very
it was only the
dramatic,
first one.
but I've learned to manage my
Huh.
condition, Commander. Put the Normandy
Just
in my
funny
hands, I'll
Family
make her
Guy
dance
man.
for you.
Do your
Just don't
robot
ask me to
chicken.
get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy, even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
I know that, like, you can tell Seth Green had a lot of fun just voicing that character.
It's funny when you get like normie actors playing video game characters. Like, I just can't get over the fact Captain Picard is telling me like he saw me in his dreams every time I play Oblivion. I know you.
I think it's time to go ahead and wrap it up for the time being.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Get some rest.
We're gonna go ahead and see about who to rip, I guess. Who's on? Let's find out. Are there any interesting... Ah, I see a dork playing Fire Emblem. 3 houses, apparently.
Ooh. Always nice.
Wow, they're starting to put a lot of warnings on content, aren't they?
What kinds we looking at here?
Tobacco warning, things like that. Wait, is that a new Soul Calibur game that's coming out? Apparently it is. No, that's Final Fantasy.
Yep, I actually got an ad for it on your stream. First Twitch ad that's actually applied to me. Looks good.
So let's go ahead and see where we're going. Let's see when we go live, check out Twitter, and then we also have the Discord, of course. For those who don't already have it. Oh, cool. The maps are actually full 3D. Cool.
Yep.
Alright. Unhear SpongeBob when you watch Transformers animated. Really, the same person. Okay, that's interesting.
God.
Oh, is it Tom Kenny?
Oh, jeez. Funky. Well, let's go ahead and raid. Have a lovely day, guys. Here we go.
Wait, I think Tom Kenny also played Batman.
That's how